names, but if you pronounce it, makes sense of Mongolian. So it was in this code that had been used to record the information in Chinese.
And they're recording the sound.
The sounds, correct. They use Chinese characters to record sounds. It's always problematic in some little areas here. I'm not exactly sure what the name is or something like that. But and then once they found it, they realized part of that already. So that was very helpful to me. Because some of the Persians I trust very much. I like their work very much. And so it was helpful that it already existed. And all of it, some of it existed in Mongolian, other Mongolian sources that were written later. Some of it was just incorporated. So it seemed to be fairly genuine, but it wasn't 100% pure. It had little things that happened to it along the way. Some things had been snipped here and there, and a few words changed. And some Francis Woodman Cleaves had already translated it in the 50s. It was ready for publication here for nearly 30 years. It was supposed to be 2 volumes. The first volume is a translation. Now it's in all languages.
Can you clarify? So there's 2 volumes. Where's the first?
Is the notes from the scholar Francis Woodman Cleaves. Those were Chinese notes that went with it because the Chinese had trouble understanding a lot of things. And they also disapproved of some things, so they would try to put their own notes in the margin to kind of correct the story and explain away why the Mongols women would be often marrying their stepson. It's just little things like that that they try to skip around. But so it's interesting just to read the Ming Dynasty notes that are attached to it. But the document itself, Mongoli Notes to Cho, it's just so important. For me, it was the guiding document. I didn't want to be guided by anything else first. Everything else I would check or correlate, fill in blanks and give more information. But I went to Mongolia to travel around to those places because they are so exact in there and to feel it. It is so important, I think, because history does not live in books. History does not live in archives or even libraries. As much as I need them, history lives in the people. History lives in the memory of the people and the culture. And for example, the episode with the bird. So I went to the place. I didn't know when it happened, what season it happened. It was very important for figuring out the births that came afterwards and other events that were being correlated. Very important to me. And so I'm just talking to the people who live in that valley, the nomads there. They said, oh, it's clear. It was the winter. I said, oh, where did you read that? I said, no. Granny Clarkson was on the ground and she could feel the vibration. She said, look, this is summertime now. You're not going to feel any vibrations. The ground here is so soft. Suddenly, next to his horse, and he was absolutely right. It could only happen in the winter. Reading was done, so it correlates with other historic factors. But then that gave me the time basis for figuring out a lot of other things. History lives in
different places. The more important to the story of Genghis Khan. What do you feel like? What are some memorable things about just the experience of standing there.
I really said I wanted to visit the cities he
1890.
conquered or cities he should have been all recorded. Whatever the problem was, just had found whatever they had found. He hadn't spent much time there. He didn't identify with it. I wasn't feeling it. You know, if Genghis Khan came back today, he would know exactly where he is. There's no road. There's no sign. There's no building. There's no power line going. Nothing. And just to smell the air, to feel it, to see the animals, to see what kind of animals live here, what kind of plants are growing here. You begin to get a feeling for how he was thinking. I know which direction they came from, the only direction they can go to. And I have the text. They know which way the air faces with the sun. They know what's important. And the people, there were, at this time, the Soviet era had just ended. Socialism was just ending. Democracy was forbidden to them for almost the entire century. And every Kazan was killed in Mongolia. Following the secret history, that became the key to writing what I wrote. Take the history, which is difficult to understand. You have to go over it. I often never understand different parts, or I change my mind. I think it was yes, now it's no. But the secret history is a valuable document. And to me, also, it's the opening document of Mongolian written language. And I think it's very important how the people begin their written language. And they begin it with the words, from highest heaven came the destiny of the blue wolf, who was married to the tawny deer, and their descendants, who came from the great sea to live at the base of Mount Rothschild.
And integrating the spiritual elements of nature, so that you can see this kind of just like a deep connection to nature that they have.
Mongolia is a world that, for the most part, is the same. Genghis Khan was there. We cannot say that for the world. I mean, certainly not a few hundred years ago, it was entirely different. People, languages, everything. What you get in Moscow or Constantinople, Istanbul, Constantinople, is still Mongolia. It's one of the largest countries with the fewest number of people, about today 3.3 billion. And they're spread out. The environment, it's not just intimate. This was important for learning about Genghis Khan, how he thought, how he hunted, how he strategized for war. You learn that from the people today because they're still there. They're still living.
What's the open Mongolian step like as we return to the feeling of Temujin and Genghis Khan? What's it like looking at this since this time?
The first thing I think about is that you can see forever in every direction. There's no building in any way. So you have this extremely open space, and the wind is usually blowing through it. But it's extremely fresh. It's coming out of Siberia, it's coming out of the Arctic. It sweeps down across Mongolia. The cold is thick sometimes, but it's always fresh, always fresh. So you have the wind coming in. You have the smell of the wind, but also then there's grass. The smell of grass becomes very important. Now, because of the particular location, from one year to another, one area may have grass and then drought the next year, another area of dust growing in. It doesn't smell so good. It doesn't feel so good. But that's just one more part of the country. The waters are mostly pure. Unfortunately, there has been pollution in this century from mining in several areas. But even when I was there, even today, when we go to some place like the Saline River, where we talk about the Market Lift, so it's a place of pure water, and that's how the Mongolians define their world, is by the water. They don't, Genghis Khan does not give lands. You take the animals to the river, away from the river, so you just river. The rules are very strict and very clear. They're from the time of Genghis Khan about how to deal with it. But also, it's dangerous to live close to the river because there are flash floods in the summertime. You can suddenly have it, and it can wipe away if your camp is right there by the water. Some people, they live with nature in a way that I don't see anywhere else in the world. And even today, with the changes with the cell phone and with solar panels, they can get TV out in the middle of the step. Still, they're living a similar life. Drive a motorbike, but they're still herding cows and yaks and camels. If it's on a motorbike, okay, they're still doing it the local way.
But then, if we go to the time of Temujin and Genghis Khan, another component is the horses. We talk about their relationship with the horse. Thinking about this open steppe, from a young age, they've been trained to master riding horses, as you ride, while standing on the horse. They learn how to ride while standing on the horse from a young age. While standing on the horse, they often joust it to one another to see who could knock the other off. Their legs enough to use the stirrups to shoot arrows and to lasso on horseback, making go from poles that they blow in the wind. The youngsters practice hitting the targets from horseback at varying distances and speeds. The skills speak to the relationship of the Mongols to horse.
All the horses are inseparable. I wrote one line in the book because I was insulting. I said, oh, Mongo and the horse, they live together, they know each other with every twitch of muscle, and they smell the same. Well, I was saying it just not to be insulting about anything, but they have that deep intimacy, and the horses do know their owner from the smell. This is very important. It's also important for Genghis Khan because they made the flags, what they call the soap, out of the horse hair from their own horses. And so in battle, they used it for a very practical purpose, and that is the horses would return to their source of their flag. Other members of their own herd. So the language itself, all the words, just for the colors of horses, much less for all the other things about it. I can remember Mongolians really out there in the countryside, they said, oh, I want to learn English. I said, okay, yeah, that's nice. You teach me some words. I'll teach you the words. They want color is that horse? I say brown. They would say brown. I say yes. Okay. What color is that horse? Brown. And then it's fun. When you said this color was brown, what color is this? It's just amazing. I mean, they have words based on how smooth the coloring is and the variation. The texture and all the different today in English, sometimes you can put them together, basically like yellow, brown, or red. One goes by sex. Then they have three goes have yellow.
Oh, yo.
So they're very important.
Yo, Jack, how you living, pimp?
Whether or not they reproduce.
Bro, what's up?
Living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Bro, what's the point of this?
World peace. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years.
Why do you have like bots that make kick clips?
Why not?
I don't know. If you're all about
Awareness. I don't have another route to do this. So build it, they will come. I've got a lot of different interests, and I know. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
No, you can tell me about yourself, sure.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data than any person in global history. Welcome, welcome. I have been doing so since the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I feel that it's important to document history. Ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yeah, I've seen the Truman Show.
Okay, well, that's essentially what I do. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I want to make you, I want to make me independently wealthy. If you're not already, I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
That sounds pretty interesting.
Excellent. I talk about other things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Balmasonic Tenue, and it's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations, so like be able to help the less fortunate. I'm going to continue projects like that. I'm a major advocate for the Lifestyle program and more thinkable. I talk about other things that aren't normally discussed in society, like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like nuclear and geothermal energy, things like artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. I talk about things like quantum computing, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in Italy with the Pyrenean ox, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing task. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian. Really exciting to be able to witness. They recently made headlines with their direwolf project. Joe Rogan, I want to help not just you, your friends, and your family with your consent, but I want you to be able to live longer. When you were born, Jack, the average life expectancy for someone like you is probably about age 80 years old. I want to increase that to age 100. Technology such as peptides, human growth hormone, stem, cryonics, cryogenics, ambrosia therapy, but you may eventually may get to be 120 years old. You may say, Rabbi, everything that you said came true. It was really great. I don't want life to end. What's the next plan? Now, again, this is with your consent. If you want to die at a normal age, you can, but you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into your computer like a CAT scan or an MRI. knowing where every atom is in your android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be, Jack. But what I'm essentially saying to you is that you may be able to experience a digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
That sounds pretty cool, but I have a question. You said you have like, because where is this all archived? You said you have like the biggest archive.
Well, yeah, it's stored on servers, so um, generally it's on Alphabet servers, it's on Meta servers, it's on Amazon servers, and then I have a personal archive of many terabytes that have archived a lot of this.
Um,
Like years of work to put into the accounts that I gram accounts. I have over 500 Twitch accounts. I have over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any. Go through it like an archaeological expedition. Instead of it being in the soil in the ground, it'll be on the internet in cyberspace.
yeah, that's interesting. Um, what do you do as like, what do you do for work? Like, how can you afford to do this?
Sure, I'm a certified project management professional. So I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, very large contracts with Fortune 100 companies that have allowed me to have the financial independence that I need to do this.
That is crazy. And like, how long have you been doing this for?
3.5 years since the pandemic. 20 hours a day.
Which like, it was like yeah, the same. Like shit. There's like there's like 10,000 accounts like on the internet.
Zero views. Exactly. But you're 100% right. So you can understand why to be able to promote myself, and I have to do it through a guerrilla of people on Kick, and perhaps spamming people and perhaps following. It doesn't necessarily hurt them at all. I do want the world to be a better place, and I want people to find out that no matter where you are, in Africa, if you're in Asia, if you're in Europe, if you're in Oceania, if you're in North America, South. Excellent, Jack. Thank you so much for just being kind. More than anything, I just want you to know that I'm here for you if you ever need anything to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the world, and just to give people hope. So if there's anything that you ever need, I'm here for you, okay?
All right, see ya.
Peace, man. Shout out to Jack for being nice.
Christian population. And this was out of step with a lot of the medieval world in the sense that conversion was basically, that was it. Once you had converted to this community, once you had adopted this new community identity, then you were essentially absorbed into it. But remember that the concept of racism really doesn't develop, and there is cultural bias, linguistic bias, things like that. But generally speaking, conversion meant open door to the society in which man entered. So here the
hours of work and early work, really delving into the massive bureaucratic text of the destruction of these European Jews. He specifically looked to the Inquisition era as a straight line from the 15th century right up to the 20th century. And when I first read that, I didn't know as much as I do now about the Inquisition era. I thought it was completely history backwards, and I really doubted it. But now I'm feeling that, you know what, there truly is a lot of symmetry between some of the thinking of the Inquisition and specifically the idea that the state can really reach so deeply into the private lives of citizens, something which we don't see really happening until I say the 18th, 19th century at all in Europe, and especially in the 20th century, that requires modern technology, communication, record keeping that can be distributed over a large geographic era. These kinds of things really aren't possible in the Visigothic era, but in fact, we see that at least making the attempts in the Visigothic platform. So it's this all comes coming up from the south, and with remarkable speed and power. It's complex, but on the whole, we were definitely pleased to see the Muslims. There's a certain amount of debate, which I hope you will engage in when we come back to the peninsula, as to how much Jews were involved with the early Muslim invaders. There is a historiographic tendency to portray the Jews as traitors of the Christian nation. And there is another historiographic tendency which argues that they may not have actively embedded their entry, but once they were there, they saw it as a very positive point. And then they lean towards the second interpretation, but let's get to that when we get to that video. At any rate, this is kind of like a backwards reflection on how the Jews must have reacted to the months, and it's entirely surprising to assume that they would have welcomed actively, given the level of persecution that we experienced under this time. Let us continue our discussion with the beginnings of Islam in the Arabian Peninsula and some fascinating discussions. Sure, I'm looking forward to speaking to you again in the future. Thanks very much for that. Let us now turn to the Arabian Peninsula to understand some extremely consequential events in Jewish history as we look at the birth of Islam and the beginning of a major civilization within which much of Jewish history will unfold. But before we get to some of the really meaty historical elements, I'd like to begin with a prolegomena that specifically outlines the kinds of things we should bear in mind before we approach this subject. The first of which is I'm really happy that I can perhaps more well the reform movement called liberal in Germany, but what is perhaps less well known is the fact that he was quite a talented historian. And he came out with this book, Was hat Mohammed aus dem What did Mohammed actually is a very important differential fact, which sort of reoriented a lot of Jewish scholars to the close relations and Islam and Judaism that had really required historians to look at this period in a very different light. Now, this was of areas of Jewish activity, such as, for example, in architecture. In Budapest, which has this kind of Slavic independent influence of Judaism and Islam that was celebrated in the 19th century. By the way, since we're looking at this painting there, and we're really looking forward to both we're getting back to Ashkenazi, which people bring amazing faculty from all around the world. To a picture Jewish history. Check out. Was completely unfounded and unfair and must be denounced. What exactly was he arguing? So Tourette's found the kind of like many figures of the era, the zeitgeist of the era was to look back and say, wow, look at what actually in Spain for those 2 centuries when they enriched Spanish. This is essentially the argument. And it was used at the time, which about a year when we get to the modern many Jewish things really look back to this golden age, which was somewhat exaggerated, as we shall see. And I'm confident with the great thinkers of the golden age were for their ability mysticism. Rothschild said totally unfair, said the Jews have only brought negative to Germany. He coined the notorious the movements that lived into misfortune. So it is in this context that we have to look of looking at the Muslim period that was really enslaved upon in the 19th century, but it went through a reversal when we get to the late 19th, especially early 19th century. This a coexistence of Muslim and Jews, which definitely has its basis in reality century thought, was questioned by Jewish historians, particularly against the 20th century. And here we see power vis-a-vis their nobility, and so drew much of that uncertainty and skills, the maintenance of particular charters that regulate what kind of economic activity but the growing sense of the strength of law would be important. These ideas will go well into consciousness. Wow, so much talking. Okay. Thank you very much for listening. Let's go now to the Jews were certainly present in the Arabian early 7th century. There are legends of settlement that come to us from Muslim sources that place the arrival of back dietary more accurate to characterize the relationship early period based on the sources that we have of Jewish tribes. Mecca, in particular, understand that the Jews live in this region at this were actually Arab people, and also with a culture that involves economic activity and, of course, a language. And Jews were fully participating in these things. The Mishnah and the Talmud have lots of interesting references to Jewish Arabs and their behavior. Much like, today we'll talk about Jewish Jews. They are usually in France, and of course they speak French, and of course they eat baguettes and things like that. So the Talmud, for example, is about the way in which Jewish dress in the Peninsula, and they call it simply Arab Jews. Now, it's not considered a contradiction. Islam, on the other hand, is a religious faith, and Muslims are those who participate in Islam. So it would be inappropriate to speak of Jewish Muslims, unless you want to say that they are Jews who have converted to Islam. But you need to say Jewish Arabs because they participate in that alliances that have been attempted to form with various Jewish tribes with varying degrees of success. In general, the Jews joined the Muslim faith. The tribes and then followed were taken from the women and children. Muhammad himself actually took two weeks. Sky Bar actually occupies a very large sources that what happened to them and what precipitated certain normal conflicts between tribes that we would like with, let's say, and it's really, a typical house that not peaceful, but it is definitely something which we could say is unfortunately normal. Muslims occupy tribal identities that is more significant for our religion to understand how these conflicts politically and historically, and those are things that we're relationship between Jews and Muslims in the Serbian. Specifically with the goal of improving their ability but will not be equal to again powerful entity in the data application or a diminished status. They also have to retain shared responsibility for defense. And what's significant about all of this is that the Jews may not have
Look at this.
variations in the specific sense within the socioeconomic hierarchy of Muslim lands, and really the fact is attributed second colors who reigned between the years of 634 and 6 of Muslim lands after it might also refer to the Caliph Ibn Abi who ruled in the 8th century. There's a problem with the text because followed for the early 9th century. So another that it was really pertaining to periods prior to the 9th century. But what's especially important for our purposes is at least from the early 9th century onward, this document defines and regulates Dimas, and it refers to the Jews and other so-called peoples of the book that have a place in Muslim society, which is not as high as believers as Muslims, but nevertheless they have certain protections within that realm as well. People of the book include the Christians and later the Zoroastrians as well, and in certain contexts it refers even to the Hindus, although it doesn't seem to entirely correspond to the same reason. Theistic faith of Judaism and Christianity in particular. The idea is that their earlier interaction with the divine is recognized rights as well as being burdened by some responsibility. by a special tax continue. Jews and public displays of their religious activities, like services and so on, perhaps more relevant to Christian activity, attracting Muslims to features of Jewish practice was protected. Secondly, a range of small symbolic discriminatory types of things whether or not these rules were enforced really local conditions. So the idea, however, is that while Jews were a protected class, Jews were required, for example, to expand a certain amount of hospitality to Muslim travelers. They were prohibited, like extremely complex and not
Enki, can you hear me? Yo, dog, can you hear me? Enki, hello. How's your day going? How are you? What's up? Can you hear me? Yo, baby, what's good, man? Are you speaking to me? I bet you're not even subscribed to the Supremes on YouTube.
Jewish settlement period basically extends across the coast of Africa up to Spain and later. Not a special lecture just for North Africa.
I'm also slanging dick like it's
So unusual that I'm going to do Ethiopia. The next lecture in this series will then later on in the semester, a little bit like, I used to live in Miami for quite some time. South Florida is way north of North Florida in terms of American culture. So South Africa is way more European, even though it's at the southern tip of the African continent. There are also many other populations of fascinating ones like the Lemba, who are also primarily concentrated in the south, that have going to break it up to these three sections for now. Again, North Africa is going to be integrated with a lot of the topics I've already discussed. Ethiopia is going to have two kind of standalone
yo.
say
Excellent to hear, man.
many of the regions have experienced Jewish settlement, and there are a significant number of indigenous African peoples who have claimed Jewish descent. The so-called Alasha or Sacred Soil, which will the next lecture are especially well associated with the Beta Israel, and some of his works, they're really wonderful to read and they're quite heroic in scope. But he identifies something which I think is extremely important for us to understand. It goes back to the Genesis. Here this guy naked. Shem, Ham, and Yafet shown here. All find them drunk in paradise. Shem and Yafet, not exactly as they but Shem and Ham elect to respectively, and Ham does not. Noah wakes up, This first, for much of Western history, is associated with slavery. It had been used as a justification for slavery of Africans in particular, because the descendants of Ham are especially so in kind of a fancy comes in Hebrew means hot, the equator to sunlight and so on. So there's this idea called the Hamitic myth after Ham. This really should be after Canaan. How it's been that local Africans could have built this and said, yo, what up? It was an indigenous African culture. But from this Hamitic myth, you have a long series of with local population. So on this intellectual exercise and engagement, not only by the Yuba, who wish to make distinctions between many different early Israelite origin, that most famous of which is Olauda Equiana of the Igbo tribe, and there have been some interesting associations. He, of course, went on to write a remarkable book about his experience as a slave, which had a tremendous impact on the abolitionist movement. But he wrote about childhood memories of associations with Jewish practices with an original Israelite origin. Accuracy of these claims to Israelite origins, of course, is really all over the board. Some are studies that there is definitely a linkage with Semitic people living in the Middle East. But another case was both another which gives a first look at Africa. We should have populations that use the words black or Hebrew or Israelite or Jew or African in many different contexts. So let me just clarify that in this particular series of lectures, right now I'm really focusing on the distant historical experience of Jews in Africa, and specifically we're going to look at the Jews in Ethiopia in the next lecture. But I'm not speaking about many other peoples who claim similar origins themselves as Jews, whereas the real Jews would have been of a darker skin hue. I am not going to evaluate those claims in this particular lecture. We may come back to it in the future later, but right now we're just going to focus on the Jews of Africa. It's also important to note that there are many Jews who are of African origin. For whatever reasons, conversion. There's effectively colorblind. The state of one color does not have a reflection or bearing on their campus for conversion to Judaism, although it is less common. But they and their children remain Jewish, and we have significant populations of Jews of color throughout the world. So look at the Jews of Ethiopia, which I think have the Jews of Ethiopia are absolutely fascinating, and I really enjoyed doing the research for this particular video because so many of the norms that I'm used to by studying, the history of Jews in the Middle East or in Europe are out the window because things are so different in Ethiopia. So a lot of this was new to me. I was also surprised by how much of it was actually very similar, and I said, well, of course this is Jewish history, even though it's happening in a very different cultural environment. A lot of the parameters and constraints put on the Jews of Ethiopia were identical or at least commensurate with those that Jews in Sephardic and Ashkenazi did. I'm going to speak in this video only about the experience of the Jews of Ethiopia until the late 19th century. There's quite a bit of material here, certainly after this lecture. But I have to set aside the remarkable events of the 20th century for further lecture for the reason that Ethiopia and the family returned to the land of Israel. It's really an amazing story, but I'm going to have to leave that chapter of it for quite a minute. Let us now turn, however, to the Jews of Ethiopia and specifically their discovery. The term discovery in itself is something of a colonial term because, after all, the Jews of Ethiopia were Europeans. So, the most bringing the attention of a Jewish population in Ethiopia to the minds of Europeans, Jews and non-Jews, was James. Discovered the examples of the earlier references to the mysterious character who appears in the 9th century and claims to be associated with much of the story that he recorded is questioned by historians. More likely, he actually came from the region of Arabia. Events that he described and the conditions that he described really does not pertain to what we surmise must have been Ethiopian Jewish history at that time. So there is a reference here that some historians will rely on, but others as suspect. Then we have Benjamin of Tudela, more reliable source, a famous jeweler who made his way through much of, and he recorded in significant detail what exactly he saw. However, he never got to Ethiopia himself. He merely recorded what he had heard from others. Question as to the validity of his account of Ethiopia in particular. Nevertheless, there is significant reference to it. Rabbio Bartonoro showing up in slave markets, kind of reliable source, which is certainly confirmed by the extensive writings of Rabbi David and Avi Zimra, known as the Rabbis. Dealt with the question of whether a slave deemed and then married with a bride or out of slavery, and then was it possible for a Jew, an Ethiopian Jew? Fascinating. So Jews have known about the Ethiopian population for hundreds of years. So historical data that describe the interaction of this population with other Jewish communities. The Jews of Ethiopia were located around Lake Tana, and as you can see, the proximity to Saudi Arabia and Yemen is very significant. We're about 4,000 miles south of Israel, however. Acquisition turned out in Ethiopia, they don't patterns of migration we know of Israel. According to the Kebra, which is the medieval account of the history of Ethiopia, the entire Ethiopian royalty comes from Israel. Echoing the account in the Hebrew scriptures, the Queen of Sheba, which is located just to the east of Ethiopia, across the Red Sea, traveled to Israel and met King Solomon. Then she returned, and this time to Ethiopia, and she was by King Solomon, who was named Menelik, and he formed the beginning of the Ethiopian royalty. So, ironically, Ethiopians regard themselves as Israelites, particularly because of this particular royal connection. Through the oral traditions of Ethiopian Jewry, this is one of the several stories that account for their existence there. There is, however, no other data to support the tradition that suggests that perhaps the Ethiopian Jews were a break-off from those who successfully invaded the Assyrian invasion in the 8th century before the Common Era, made their way to Ethiopia. And all of these are kind of like legends that are lost in time. Way especially the consequences when we get to the 18th and 19th century. Now, let us say about what we call kind of danced around it and talking about it. They would call themselves the Beta Israel, the House of Israel. And this was designed to contrast them from the Christian. Who were, opponents, people who were Israel, Beta Israel, which designated that they were so the negative term thrown at them was Falasha, meaning they were flat. Let us look specifically at the content of their Ethiopian previous perhaps we can by looking into it. Rabbinic, of course, means that tries to rely on Jesus. Nevertheless, the Ethiopian Jews are in the martyrdom, both for the reaching tremendous capacity. So that's Ethiopian Jewish faith, which are definitely not but I will go with this point that great scholars like Rabbbi will say, Rabbi of Israel and in 1855, however, there was
They don't like this. saying loud,
Ultimately, this case
he lived.
was appealed
But I realized
both was the
boy falls on a horse, his mother's not going to be there. It's probably hard for her to see her boy suffer, but she knows.
Just a small tangent. There's a wrestler named Gary Coleman, and he tells a story about mental toughness that the first time he saw truly mentally tough people was when he visited Mongolia for a wrestling tournament. And he remembered that they were taking showers in ice cold water. And all the other wrestlers, they would take the shower, and when the water hits them, you could see a little grimace. But the Mongols, there was just nothing, it was emotionless. Like ice cold water or any other kind of hardship. You build a hardness to that. And I suppose that falling from the horse is just an example of that. There's a mental hardness and a mental toughness.
You have to be able to take care of yourself. And with the weather, for example, often in that time, and still today, some people, if they can have the privacy to do it, the men will strip naked in the first heavy snow and roll around in the snow in order to prepare for the coming winter. And the valley where I live, a lot of wrestlers come there to train in the summertime for the competition. And the water's very cold coming down from when there's a break. They take the water and they pour the cold water over themselves. And yes, that's refreshing to them. Refreshing.
In history. So if we just talk about the mountain war, to targeted shooting accurately. At the time, all of that, you have to position your body to balance, and then the skill of the actual holding and shooting the bow accurately. There's obviously like a kind of thumb draw that you use for shooting with the composite bow that works for a horse, because the thing is bouncing up and down, right? So you have to not drop the arrow. It's just incredible to be able to shoot while the horse is going 60 kilometers an hour. Anyway, can you speak to this exceptional excellence that the James had for riding horses and engaging off of the horse?
On the horse and the bow were a perfect combination. It was the most lethal weapon known to the world before the modern era. It was incredible, the synchronization and the timing of the movements, and also the years of skill. The fact that from absolute birth, the Mongols would be on a horse, and by 3 years old, they would probably be riding alone on the horse. And when I first went to Mongolia, in the 1990s, on horses for races had to be under 6 years old. The age limit, the cutoff was 6 years old. And so you had some as 3 years old racing. And then age they get even have one rider with several horses. Usually 5 is the number that you should have for you when you go off the battle. And this is shoot. After animals, there are wolves around, amongst the other things, and other animals that would come in, and you had to be able to shoot against other people. My baby, excellent arts. They had person you had the Huns who came out of Mongolia, and the Huns were for human. To this day, that's what they say for a human being. So they came out of Mongolia, and all the early Turkic groups came out of Mongolia. And they had this similar skills. So you have this perfect weapon, you have to have perfect strategy and how to coordinate it, organize it, and use it. And this is where the genius that I cannot explain at all, but the genius of Genghis Khan came in. Other people, I think, were good in earlier times, a number of Turkic leaders, and also or even Attila the Hun, of course, was actually more in the West. Charismatic leaders and very dramatic leaders. It wasn't. It has millions just in the army in East and Persia and Afghanistan and these areas. Your whole army has to be as finely tuned as each rider, each bow, and each horse. That's the weapon. Early on, no engineer corps, later was added much later.
Efficient, accurate, precise deployment of these
his kinsman, as we said, his crystal ship, but then all the others that he found were just common people, herders or hunters. Arrows, they could not have in their bow, but the Mongols could use Russian arrows, right? So all these little things, but it's not even just the arrow. And sometimes it could be a piece of skin or a wound that somebody had.
Please tell the lies.
Yes. They also carried dry dairy products, auto it's called, where they dry curd and they can keep it for a couple of years. But you dry it and then when you need it, you can put it in a flask of water and ride all day and joggles up and down. It turns into kind of thick protein. It's said that the Mongols can easily go 3 to 5 days without ever growing a fire. They have enough food. So all these little things are always little important. As well as the highest of what is oil and it went all the way down. World War II, an organized army into left wing right or east and west. The word war left is east and west world war. Those 2 wings, and then in the middle was the center of the Islamic sector. That was is now by God. And you see, you have a vanguard, water guard. Sometimes the vanguard would go out years in advance to clear the land, run to them, make them go away, so that the grass is left there, or the march the way other armies do in a line of one following the other. They would always go in a long line spread out in wings, so that each horse is on its own path, you could say, all parallel together. So they had very precise ways of doing things. And this really was the secret with him. And he used the best people, but he also, he was willing to train them as much as possible. He never punished them for what happened. Went out with him, feel together, and look it over. He explained to me what in the way that he was trained. And they knew they were going to be punished. It's not like these kind of respects that. So all these things like together. But I think a part of it already, of course, but he was any kind of other technology. Sectarian armies like sectarian civilizations that get stuck in their ways. This is how we do it. We're going to make it a little bigger, a little stronger, but this is how we think. Genghis Khan had no set way to think. And when he encountered the first walled cities around 1209, after founding his nation in 1206, he went out on these raids. And I really think they were raids, not wars at first. So he went into Tangan territory of what's now northwestern China, in the upper reaches of the York. So he went there, and of course, his wife. Well, he did, but they were made out of felt. Walls around his tent, or
Yeah, just imagine what it's like the first time you're like seeing the wall. When you come from the locations that when there's very few even natural like things.
Well, they have like wall cliffs in some places that are made that they can climb them, but they don't have people at the top shooting down the mountain. So he looked at everything around him. He saw, okay, they have this river and they have all these channels. moving water around. Like you said, if it doesn't move, is a target. You got moving water, you've got a standing, launching, channel, and they're going to bring down the wall of the Tuckerton City. Well, they did it. They didn't know exactly. The embankments weren't high enough, and too much water came in from the Yellow River and actually flooded out the Mongol camp. But it happened. We learned that lesson. So we could improve it. But that became a strategy that actually worked for the Mongols for the next 50 years. All the way to Baghdad. They were able to use it when they conquered Baghdad in 1258. So this is this ability to see things and to try them, and if they fail, to try them in a different way. We all think we know. What do? We're fatalistic. I think it's just part of human nature. Well, it didn't work the first 8 times, but I'm going to do it one more time. I think it's going to work. I know I'm going to win the lottery this time because I got the right. That's what we think. But he had the ability to, first of all, be humble before these other things he didn't know about technology. I don't understand that he didn't understand, but he could understand it in his own way. And he did. Over and over, the Mongols were excellent at putting together new things in new ways and using them against their enemies. So,
Couple that with you have to say a revolutionary idea that promotion should be based on merit. That idea, combined with the innovative approach to the military, it just feeds on itself, because the people who are learning from their mistakes and constantly improving are the ones that get promoted in the positions of power, and then they inspire everybody else to do the same. And so it's just, if every action is judged based on the excellence of that action, then over time, the generation more it's
when we iterated it, he was the best with he used it throughout his life better over his lifetime with using foreign information, foreign technology, foreign ideas. The word went from Mongolia to Hungary in 6 weeks.
Mongolia to Hungary in 6 weeks. So let's just imagine a army that's able to move at such high speed. It does not need to follow roads because it's used to riding in the open steppe. So it can do all kinds of and then also one of the other famous things is the phased retreat that was used continuously. Can you explain how that worked?
The Mongols did not fight for honor the way we often think of brave soldiers, Achilles, and aliens, and things like that. They fought for victory. There was one thing. So we retreat, save lives, no shame in that. So the Mongols, and Genghis Khan basically, he himself never fought a battle he could lose, and he won out when he fought. It wasn't for every general Austria, as we said, for example, but he won every battle because there was no shame in retreating and in not fighting against the enemy. However, that's also becomes and then they would send in a small group of soldiers to attack. And the Mongols were able to fire, of course, going forward on the horse. They were able to then act like they were defeated and turn could still fire backwards, which was a marking shot, which is unusual in the world, not totally unique, but unusual to fire backwards. But the Mongols also could lean down and fire under the neck of the horse, so they protected. They had many different ways. So they're firing coming, they're firing going, but usually the soldiers who were against them would break range. They wanted to go, they wanted to hit them, they wanted to kill the Mongols. And if they didn't, I mean, break ranks, the Mongols would often start throwing things around, and the soldiers using that resistance. So they'd come chasing out after the Mongols, sort of pell-mell going in every different direction. And then they would get to a certain point, and from behind the two hills, the Mongol army would come and swarm. Over and over, tactic worked. It's like the one with the water. I'm thinking, the people, how can they know this is what the Mongols are?
Horses are retreating.
You want to run after them.
You can't help it. I don't know what that is. That's maybe the animalistic. But take that with the ability that the Mongols to. There's been many great military forces throughout history, and one of the things you write about, and in general, is the Mongols don't get rid of the Mongols at all, and don't get credit for the military tactics and the military genius exhibited through the different strategies. This kind of idea of the feint retreat and then attacking the flanks, that's been, if not
coming from some direction that nobody ever came from, prepared for that. This is a beautiful city and great place in the world. So nobody had ever attacked across the desert. Dutch coming, they go over caravan. So he was able to think in ways.
What do you think it again felt like to have this Mongol armada, the horses? It must have accomplished that many horses. It feels like to be in a town approaching.
Well, I think that terror was one of the greatest weapons that he had. But he didn't all people write about him, as we said. But he encouraged refugees, and when he conquered a city, he always made sure there were plenty of refugees to go to the next city because it's going to weaken them. It's going to weaken their food supply, and they're going to terrorize the people with tales of the millions of people that the Mongols killed with their steel chiseled teeth and children and all kinds of horrible tales. Because how they terrorism of a sort that weaken the enemy. And so when you hear, or even if you know they're coming, you see the dust, you hear the kind of roar that comes with all those horses and the trembling of the earth. It must have been truly terrifying.
So psychological warfare was a part of the whole process. But as I understand, there was always an offer for the towns and the territories being attacked for them to surrender peacefully without the loss of life. And the alternative would be near complete loss of life. Can you speak to that?
Exactly. He sent in envoys to explain to them that if they surrender, they could continue in their professions. It's just that now the rulers would be the Mongols. They would have to pay taxes, and usually the same taxes as the Mongols. That was kind of the general system. And because you only have 100,000 soldiers, you can't leave a detachment there. So you're going to leave the local people in charge to run their their country or their city or their area the way they have done in the past. He was absolutely faithful to them. In one episode in the North version, his son-in-law was stealing and looting from the people who had surrendered. I called him in, and he said, the next city, you go first as a common soldier. And of course, he was killed in the next battle. I don't know the name of the daughter, unfortunately. I'm trying to figure that out. But anyway, he was a close relative to him. He was killed in the next fighting. So that was the law. And the law was wrong. They did not kill anyone. What they did was they killed leaders. The elite had not served them. And they used to kill the army because they couldn't incorporate the army into their own. The one thing that they valued were all the artisans, everybody who had skill, and that skill could be making a pot. It could be weaving carpets. It could be who were defeated wasn't so severe. One was truly severe. Was if you surrender, and many of them did, they knew they would not be harmed, so they're not harmed. The Mongols go on. The Mongols are hundreds of miles away. Forget about the Mongols. Genghis had word they were supposed to help out. Forget about the Mongols. They're far away. No, he stopped. He returned. He conquered the city. And he killed everyone. That's the way it works. There's betrayal. As it turned out, I would say it was more the Middle East, the one we call around Iran and Afghanistan, where these were the worst. Sometimes the emotion sons don't get enough lost them. But now to lose the most valuable grandson, you announce it to the public. The son came. And the son didn't know what he was being summoned. Son said, you have to tell them. No one was allowed to cry. No one was allowed to do anything. You just make them. He came down on the people of Afghanistan so harshly. And they went on for weeks and weeks, killing and having his emotions to overcome practicality and slaughtering of these people should stop. So he did. It's something we can all understand, but his response was truly extreme. We will not cry, we will not mourn. They will cry, they will mourn. Genghis Khan, the killing of him to promote that he killed them all. It was a mass slaughter.
There are
1994, bitch.
The number itself
The
was
West Side. Side. Wait, no, 1892, not 1890. That's big time. No Face TV hates me. I would hate me. I'd be like, oh, this is Santa Claus machine. Yo, Ocean or Game.
America, what I'm saying, how can we condemn
you said a lot of interesting things. There's one, they just essentially terror in the same style as Genghis Khan.
Jenga.
In an attempt to prevent further
Syria, Iraq?
we're passionately criticizing wars of the 20th century. We also criticize Genghis Khan and Alexander the Great and the wars fought by they're essentially way were not necessary or were not defensive power. Maybe this is a good place to also respect a lot. Dan Carlin of Hardcore History Podcast, amazing series on Genghis Khan and Monk and Wrath of the Gods. Ideas there, one of them, he presented the idea of arsonists, so referring to figures who cause mass destruction, but also paving the way for new developments and progress, making this complicated case that destruction all in history paves the way for progress. So what do you think about this?
With ourselves, for example, we destroy our habits and build influence and sometimes works, or we can destroy relationships that we're in in order to create influence that can work. When you start The Mongols helped to unify South China under their friendship. It's justified in that sense. But I am American.
Just yesterday, Indiana Governor Mike Ron said the president's going to consider reclassifying. Now, in terms of a timeline on this,
The questions that we'll talk about is religious freedom, the postal network, the trade routes, all of this. We'll talk about that, but let's go over the heavier topic. We're talking about Dan Carlin. How the wall was broken down. How this unit was defeated and all. This is the story of our life begins far earlier than hundreds of millions of people. Hundreds of millions. These were things that people responded to. And so the world benefited tremendously from the life of Genghis Khan. But all we want to talk about, and I don't deny it, is the conquest part. Okay, that's 20 years. If it went on for another 150 years, there's more to the story than just conquest. And there is a point that you also read about Native Americans and so on. In reality, history is not divided in the same way the barbarians are not these crude, brutal, plain, simple people. That there's a sophisticated culture. As well. Kinds of people that came from this.
I guess if there's one thing that I try to do in my career of writing, it is to get us to recognize the importance of tribal people in the history of the world. We tend to have two categories: barbarians and they are victims, and we should feel sorry for them. They conquer modern empire. Putting together that story, and Chinga's not on their own. You can have any religion you wanted, but ultimately you had to obey kind of the very ethics of the sky. Things like that about
outside margins,
people in history had
real estate,
a vision, lifetime. The time of Roosevelt's death. I look around,
they have been
I don't see much vision. I see lots of slogans, lots of talk, policy papers. Oh my God, we can produce it. We're gonna have peace. We're gonna have a better life. Vote for me or vote for my party. And we're really for the people. And we're what the heck are they talking about? There is no vision there. So what is this country? What should no vision?
Well, those figures, I mean, they're like figures that come along that have vision, imagination, heart and mind, vision, but all executed and implemented, and all of those things combined, and have the mental fortitude not to be corrupt. Religious freedom to that.
material.
Tolerant of what is today that area around there. Kyrgyz.
500 years later,
And he said, no, detachment, he didn't actually go and tell me, he said, detachment down there, they drove goods look for power, goods look right down towards they caught up with him, they killed him. That's what the world called. So you outlaw the kidnapping of women, you outlaw the sex in many forms. Romans and the Catholics and the Jews and the Muslims, each to do what they want in the organized churches that they have.
one of the most fascinating
Jews.
exactly
by Genghis Khan. History alone.
I happen to have quite a few lectures on this topic, and
That's
in this topic in the following lecture, I'd like to just take a very
Hundred chance. Stupid. I just sit there and beat off.
information about the flourishing of a sort of synthesis or of this kind of cultural coexistence that was so celebrated for the first couple hundred years. But again, to the 10th century, things changed.
There's a kind of
One of the
fragmentation.
concepts
You think she's gonna let you join her fucking thing? Ah, fuck you.
Jews fit that role very nicely. And over and over, support and infrastructure are there. It's not clear at century historians who argue that Jews somehow regardless of further courts.
I love this guy.
Behind thinner layer of administration, the Jews were able to jumping ahead a little bit, of course,
Thanks, baby. It's in the kitchen.
But the golden age that was talking about its age, how they look at how the major figures who bookend the period, and that they from the tenth to there was kind of a silver age that followed it. Not in the way as God willing we shall discuss to the century when the Batista was everywhere make an impact on which the idea that God is of the day. There are certainly several key examples of this. Yeah, the good example was the activity, let's say, but I said the Christian will probably the bottom of this triangle or circle, but nevertheless, it does represent a step forward. Now, there are a lot of questions about it. Was it as great as
Also, this kind of,
why this
there is a
happened at all?
You
Because
have
Spain is so far away from the center of our country, which was in Baghdad.
and
In
you're
fact,
saying,
anyways,
well,
the
cynical
would be
economy.
held
So he
where
was using the
Muslims
women
and Jews and Christians
and
and
also about
Orthodox
not using water,
Islam
that you
did not
couldn't
have
move
the same
water
kind of
into an
impact
area
on
to
things as we
irrigate
have
it.
in the center.
That was
There
violating
would
the
be
earth and
to this.
pasture land.
And by the way, the same thing
Just
will
like
rate
they
and
explained.
counties.
But Genghis
Sure,
Khan,
and Pompidou
we
are
can't
very
say
far away
the
from
modern center, environmentalist, or
Let
feminist
us
was a
not
part of
forget
it.
as well that although
Another
we
part
speak
was
about
the
this
protection of
intelligentsia,
envoys.
it
He
wasn't
said every
completely,
envoy,
it
every
wasn't like
ambassador, I
let's
have
not
no
think that
evidence
this
of
was
that,
kind
and
of
I don't quite
uniform
believe it.
peace. Native of southern Spain,
Except the
majority of his work invasions that occurred at the
So one
time.
of the things we thought mentioned
This is a period when Jews
military
were arguing
merchants
quite
to the
for
Genghis
rights,
Khan
for
for the trade network.
major theme that got willing to
No
speak
matter or very
next
interested
semester.
in trade. And throughout
One of
most of
the
history, they have been
historians
the
of that
traders
era
who
was
carried
this
their
idea
business,
that
particularly
Jews
among
have
the
been
Chinese world,
emancipated
whether so much
Look
in
at
the
this.
Christian
This is
world
some
or the
years
Muslim,
prior
certainly
to
in
the
the
late
Chinese
18th
world,
century.
where a
So in
bunch of recent
1848,
centers
that form
where they can get fresh horses, paper receipts that can be used
make
anywhere
the
in
case
the
that they should be emancipated as
They were
well as
guaranteed
equal
protection
rights,
if they had
equal
to pass
access.
through an a small group, a squad of men,
And one of the things
a horse.
human resource that are going to waste the historical reality has a lot to say in support of that model, but as I've tried to outline here, there are
Because it wasn't just trade of goods, it was also exchange, technical, mathematical ideas, all of this spread through
Scientific information.
he was really because of his literary ability. He was like mentioned multilingual quality
known as five horses. That combine different calendars and different information was coming along.
Versions of this, and what those who passed by the checkers about these letters
Did not expel.
for the purposes of engineering, and his authority just expands and expands and
They were
expands.
using some
He
very
never loses
primitive
sight,
forms
however,
of canon.
of his responsibilities to saw in the previous video, letters to inquire about Jewish kingdom of Khazar.
Strategy.
We're
Getting the will.
religionists
The horses are
from
exhausted. It's not
So
working.
especially getting the tactics to the shipwreck. What I find especially first of all, the traditional
Rothschild was born that year,
and the
1252, about 3
interloper
months
do not
after
have black.
the capture of
So
Beijing.
the story goes like this:
They've
Spanish
been riding
Jews
around and
heavily
conquering Russia,
influenced
and
by this as well,
when they've
and
already
there's a
burned down
massive
Kiev
industry
and
created
conquered
for
different places in the world. They're
poets
real
are
locals.
called
That's
in
their whole
for
life.
hire
And he's
to
born
those original
sing a song
weddings,
that's about 7 years old.
funerals in
Sing a song that's
particular,
supposed to be
with
very light,
poetry in their
very
society.
light,
So Menachem Ben Sarut
cheeks,
composed
and have
poetry
a
in
certain
Hebrew,
very round face.
based on powerful some of this new Arabic poetry. And he says,
She
you
took
know what?
over North
The vowels are added late. It's typically
she
without any vowels whatsoever. You have to literally memorize which vowels go
He
with
only
each
lived to
word. That's just to
12:59.
make it easier to learn.
Something
But there's certain vowels like the schwa, for
the
example,
different
that can
stories
be
that I
pronounced
don't
two
know.
different ways,
When he
and
died of
that
campaign in China,
alters the
time
way
ago,
in which a
there's
lot of
China.
poetry can be read.
Up to
So
this
Menachem
point,
Ben Sarut said, you know what?
God had
Just
not been
apply
distinguishing
some of the
himself.
Arabic
She was a
to
Christian
Hebrew
woman, but
vowels.
she had a Buddhist
We can make the
nurse for
Hebrew
him,
language
and she had Chinese scholars come in to tutor him.
and
Very good education for
each other physically.
his brother.
Over
He had some
stick with the classical Sarut.
He
Or
needed to
whether
go
you should
rest.
go with
There was
this
always
rock
some
and roll
excuse.
version
But
that
the brother
is
would teach him
contaminating Hebrew poetry with
He
Arabic
wasn't
meaning.
bringing up the battlefield.
In the end, of course, Menachem Ben Sarut wins hands down.
And at first a little bit lazy, like all the
Colors
other
the
religions,
next
sitting
1,000
around the
years of
hunting,
Hebrew poetry.
as long as
Most
he
of
had
the
been with
poetry
him to
that
the shooting.
Jews love today, songs like Ber Yikra, which is recited at
And
the
his
table on Shabbat, and so
territory
on.
north of China
These are,
was
you know,
just
the
being run in the dirt by his men. And his mother basically just told him, you go to your land, this is your land, you have to administer this land, you go there, you live there, you take charge.
such a huge role.
And everybody was terrified. He ran off the entering his land and started learning how to do it.
Will
When his
certainly
mother
share
died
in
in
the poetic
1259,
legacy,
he was
a
almost like their
military
father.
genius, and
He was
get
rather
this,
hot-headed back in
he served
Mongolia.
as
His
a
tolerance for
Jewish
religion,
general
he was had to
leading a
oversee the
monthly
debate
army
between the
for
Taoists and
16
Buddhists. The Mongols thought the Taoists were
Where
overtaxing
would you hear of
everybody,
such a thing,
Buddhists.
that you have
So he had to
Muslim
oversee
soldiers right to the end of
Oh,
his
he
life?
just
I
wasn't
mean,
good
he
for
died
moderating.
as a general.
Forget
You know,
about southern
he has,
China.
you know,
It's going to
poems
always
that
be there. You're
describe
talking that some
the
other time.
defeat of
Right
Grado,
now, your brother empire. The new emperor. He was the
in the Bible. In fact, he refers to himself, Shmuel Hanagid, to himself
somehow
as
she invigorated him.
the David. Let's us for just a
All the
second and
Mongols
reflect
supported
on
us.
this. One
All the
of
ones in
the
Central Asia.
amazing things
And so
in this
they went
context,
to
Maimonides
for
is
this.
an example, even though
And then they didn't want
he
to go.
spent Spain,
Yeah, we lost the work here for
is a great example
we're
of
not
how
giving a
this
lot
is.
of
At the same time,
and then
highly expert, valued, and world leaders have huge say in things Jewish, like example, Talmud, and at the same time, so you will have, for example, lots of tremendous
understood more about China.
Freud made
Finished
phenomenal
conquering China.
contributions to
You know,
world
that was the
culture,
great objective.
but you will rarely have
Kublai
figures
was going to
who are
fulfill this.
very well we don't have those kinds of figures. We tend to specialize either in Jewish or when we get to the modern era, secular. But it is only really in Spain where you see people like Shmuel Hanagid,
So they
who
went down
is
the Red
equally
River,
famous as a general and as a Hebrew poet, one of the greatest musicians of the world, and at the same time, one of the most stellar thinkers and musicians simultaneously. This is something that was really characteristic of the science old age, and we can see it over and over again through the still times. But let us go back to Hanagid, and by the way, the term Hanagid means kind of like the prince, the leader. It was probably applied to him by Rabbbi, who was one of the leaders of the Jewish community in Baghdad, Jewish people in Baghdad. And this recognition giving him his title, Hanagid, a homage to his political position and to his tremendous scholarship. And we will have this term used, this title of Nagid used over and over again in many Muslim areas for the leader of the Jewish community in that area. Now, I mentioned that he wrote poetry, and a fascinating little tidbit is that he says he used to write his poems out and attach them to the legs of carrier pigeons who would fly them back to his son in Granada, and he would then unwrap them and a son Diwan of the corpus of poetry. He wrote not only those poems, which is a fascinating phenomenon, where kind of like the poetry slam thing, you can imagine like rappers who are, arguing with each other. Direction. Mortality and things like that, the work of science, which is what he was. Here's one reminder of this way, and I'm going to read it to you to forgive my attempt at a separated accent, but that's the only way you can get close to hearing the sound of the poetry, the beautiful order, and I'll try to read it as a very funny. This poem is dedicated to people who change intellectual capability without actually investing.
This is a catapult on a ship.
A chariot another study, people marchał do nowego
This is an engineering
Sea
solution
Hakale Kiev, Norvega, Vala Kulokam.
with boats.
The translation.
And they've accepted
About a person who exerts effort and buys many books.
No self
But his
promo.
heart remains
Well, why not?
Giant bow and arrow.
Yeah, especially so that they hit them hard on the
legs
walls,
upon a
inside,
wall, even
because
100
there's
of
no
them,
the army
when
protection.
he tries to get up.
And they conquer their way down.
So the idea is, you think you got a reputation for being good at just by buying books and putting them on the wall.
That child
I listened to the last line, you heard the phrase, what I come to the Lochan,
Yeah.
very, very beautiful kind of sense of how Holy, this is a fourth person that you don't have.
And he had replaced it with a mercy
Female
laws.
Jewish
Incorporate the regular army
and
of
one of the
Muslims.
very, very few
Merciful. They
surviving
did not say
cultural completely, but never else responsible.
they were being stopped. But then
My
actually,
daughter and
it was the
With something like that.
collection. And
They
let me show
needed it
you a
for
couple of
gunpowder. They lost their
Oh,
soldiers in northern China when they were driven out from Japan. It was a great source. They could trade. They could also perhaps flee. There's this idea of, like,
and what was
kill the
powerful
chicken to
metaphor
scare
of
them off.
blackness of the
It's
eyes.
like, okay, we'll go do this, and then maybe they'll just surrender down there. They see us going through. Well, it was a total
She,
myth.
like the
You got a
deer,
bunch of
has
ships
dark,
that are
dark
based
eyes.
great on the river,
Very
and right along the coast.
But
You know, there's some treacherous water there.
with a certain amount of tristesse expressing
The Mongols
her
basically just didn't know what to do. Okay, you can arrive with the trebuchet and you can throw grenades in the beach. It's not really going to be one that you might scare a few horses. But you're not just going to send
collection
the cities were working in. They weren't there on the beach waiting for the horses to come
he says
in.
she has
So he
been
failed.
listening to her one day, seeing that she is beautiful time of marriage, but that she is not very married.
So there was never
And
a
she had
real
orchard
test.
for
There was some fighting, and the samurai learned some very valuable things. The samurai had such a reaction to it's like the Knights of Europe. Coming up, it was just crazy. The samurai always had a point. You ride out from your enemy and you recite the story of your genealogy.
That's just
Off the shelf.
Jam and dancing.
alliance in Spain in particular, as a result, is
on the valley
and he's living primarily
but
through
we're not
that.
accepting or command the army. He was very cosmopolitan. Things back with the capital system. The generals were
So just the first thing,
when they said she
show
was
us soon,
surrender. So she decided to surrender.
since you're
Well,
not
she
here,
said, yes, we will surrender the capital.
a great spot.
And there was no looting of the city. I mean, no looting and killing of people, nothing like that. She was convincing it to the longer time. You know, Jane Henry said,
Okay, I hope I can, I encourage you to have a look at
we don't kill off the old people anymore. We're going to give them a palace, made him the emperor. They're just floating around in the ocean, losing all support from city after city. The Muslims who were controlling the trade, and the Chinese Muslims, they were still Muslims. They switched sides to the Muslims because of the religious freedom.
Yes, I thought this was
And because they were merchants, and their status was great. So the Muslims were switching another country out there. They had some loyal supporters, some places. But they dropped the emperor in the ocean. How do you drop the emperor in the ocean? They accidentally spilled him in the ocean, and then they fished him out when he died. So, fortunately, they had one more 7-year-old half-brother. So, on Lantau Island, exactly where the Hong Kong airport is today, the new, well, it's not so new anymore, but it's still there as the new airport on Lantau Island. So they went there and had a big Pearl River. So they sailed out far south to another island. They took it over, and of course, first thing they did was, well, we have to go palace. What? Of the general said, General Army history. They chained together the moons across the midst. So they made all of them leave the island and go to the moons to fight them off. The Mongols arrived over and over and over. They asked them to surrender. Show me hard, all this kind of stuff. But the Mongols now took over the land. So they had the water all around them, and they had the land. And once the fighting started, they could just shoot down from the highland right onto the ships. And cut the ships off with a fresh supply of wood and water. So they can't boil rice. They have to try to eat rice and drink seawater. They're all sick as dogs out there. And the leaders refused to surrender. The little boy is their 7-year-old emperor. Ming was his name. With his pet parrot. That's the only thing he has, pet parrot. And then the Mongols, they always every opportunity. The prime minister, so cold, coward that he is, always treated as a hero today in China, after history. The coward that he was, he said, we will not disgrace the country by letting them capture the emperor. So first he threw his own wife and children into the water to drown. And then he took the emperor and Here's at one point, he had just turned 7 years old and jumped into the water with his child. Child murderer is a child murderer, and a parent fell into her too. So the 7-year-old boy and the parent died in the water. That was the end of one of the greatest dynasties in the history. The song men lost the who's to blame on all.
Well, the bigger there is probably is become the politician probably have lost. The way he told the story has a way of revealing the cause of it. But there's probably the Chinese perspective that they tell the story. It's sort of like maintain honor to the last.
To the last moment, very often traitor to the country open. That boy they lived on for another 45 years. The country. She protected him from the she was supposed to. It was the man who killed the child emperor. Killed. Part of Central Asia, he had unified it. But he did so at the expense of his. They didn't recognize him as the great emperor. There was golden horde of Russia, and also from the central region, which is called the Chagatai. Second son, Chagatai, all his sons of James. Yeah, only the El Khane was still loyal to him. But they're so far away. But now he has a name. And organizers, and it so happened that Marco Polo was ready to go home because they knew Kublai was about to die. Alamo River was down the Russian flag. Japan helped China. Is that one thing? Because Philippines is from Korea. There's Korean chip, but there's no center point. China's not on the center. The center. In the center, in command. No reason to they're all
One on me, two that one told me what to do a friend of mine. Take it easy, take it easy. Don't even try to understand. The Winslow, Arizona, such a fine sight to see.
Republic, and he cured him of Turkey to the whole empire. He did. The golden oil to him. And all declared loyalty. He had reassembled the empire, and he had the greatest navy in the world.
Funny little bitch.
Very well.
witches. See how high she flies. Shadows and firelight, blazing after in a silver spoon.
Because something like the princess sources or something else or to support it, then I really felt a lot of confidence in over time. Pieces were romanticized and yet always. In the 20th century, Eugene O'Neill wrote a play that was both a play of video.
I like the way they sing. Rings like and I want to sleep with you in the desert tonight, with a million stars all around. Cause I gotta be peaceful. They are easy feeling, and I know you won't let me down. Why don't you come to your senses? Advance to me. Thing.
couple of centuries of we need to be a little bit more humble and try to put ourselves on the basis of some of these basis.
Beautifully put. How did the Milan come to an end? How did it fall?
Despite the fact that they had the trade going on, the war, that was one of
It's in your soul, consistent. Say goodbye now. She's just high hand.
weak within China that they were overthrown, but they weren't absorbed into China. Was a bit there. Well, 15 to 36 years. To the main empire. And then they tried to re-engineer things from nature, and I think that was the Great Plague. You know, everything in history, everything that's good comes from something united. So, yeah, political system. If all these people are ruled by Mongols because they're benefiting so much from
Heard some people talking this hate the song. Maybe stop and want to help like you have to set things right. Just remember this, my girl. When you look up in the sky, you can see the stars, but still not see the light. That's right. Mm-hmm.
Just to return, Jake talked about Dan Carlin. Dan Carlin said that
Look at his footwork. Look at his finger work. Look at his hand motion. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism.
basically beat every single army,
Dog.
including
Look at this athleticism. Folks, I don't think I can put it into words how athletic. And said you were gone. I'm sure.
Genghis Khan's armies has conquered Russia and China. And Korea. I think there's a very good president.
People said so like a kind. It's like
Americans, they said, no, we're going to take Baghdad, we're going to bomb Baghdad.
180 million people or something.
This is something that worked in Europe. World War II. little tiny island. Down of every country we've lost it. So in Cambodia, and we got it's hard to believe. Hard to believe. We dropped 4 bombs on and they did. But you can still go into the Cambodia and you go to all large areas where you don't hear birds.
Folks,
So we still
look at this athleticism.
want to admit it, and we
Surely,
don't want to.
president with it, like,
We're going to make democracy. We're going to free the women. What? There's absolute sheer and kill people. Not only did we use chemical warfare and kill a lot of people,
Explain it, George.
it was all vegetation. This is going to be a humane. We're going to get all the vegetation in the jungle. That was a very Henry Kissinger.
this motherfucker might be one of the most athletic motherfuckers we've ever seen.
Was just absolutely horrific. So Agent Orange comes, so people were starving.
I see him. You ever get spam, son?
Soldiers died by the thousands. Not immediately, not on the battlefield. Warfare, I don't think we're any more humane with it any better than in the past. It's just, we can seems we're better alive in the world today. And we have different images. There are 2 images of Genghis Khan. One is our image. He's a barbarian on horseback, killing people and raping women all the time. Or they meet up with that when they go to Mongolia. We have to think about how intelligent the world into themselves. And they chose the Lincoln Memorial as the great long river of the Mongol nation. So he's seated there in front of the Mongolian parliament. There's another statue that's better known, but it was a private enterprise that created him on horseback, but not with a weapon. What He's on horseback out in the countryside. But the official one from the government is Genghis Khan seated like Abraham. And they issued stamps to show that he is the great law.
And someone between
Well, they always speak terrible.
let's return back to Genghis Khan's life at the end of it. How or where did he die?
Great time. But the first place he had attacked Algoli, which takes a while, and you caused so very specific. But the truth is, we don't know exactly what made it. The Talmud offered all kinds of Buddhism, but I said to him, even the biggest tree turns loose. And then and the next one was a good day, and the next one was to the father of Kublai Khan, but he was still alive at this point. So all four of them came. He wanted to talk about the succession and to get some consent. He said, Mongols always call on people to speak by order of age. They also serve tea or food. always favored him. You know, the youngest to
He's
live
in the
with
kitchen.
was a heavy drinker. Jacobi was very rigid about the law of the Mongols and all, you know, but he thought they seemed to favor Zut as a more reasonable.
Thanks.
Very often, great power doesn't say. And if I say he is my son, who are you? Say he is not my son. I believe that. I don't know if she was alive at this point. I thought she did some form.
So never mind.
He may not do exactly say, but on tears shot with words cannot be loaded on a horse. On tears shot with words cannot be. Yeah, so the other guys, they said, well, good, they chose him, but for whatever reason, I don't know what. I think he also had passed out drunk.
Obviously, like I do like him, and I do want to make some of that.
But he had very don't you? She was more or less ruling in his last few
No way that
years.
woman has
But then
147
after he
people
died,
watch.
the empire world never ruled by a woman.
Very widespread discrimination.
Extremely into economics and trade and running these private corporations. She was running her own book and everything. So she became much more interested in minister was also born. A lot of them were Muslims, and he killed them a lot. And then he was going to march against the Golden Horde, and they weren't supporting him. He just had the best of things. And she did go for too long. Her mother was able to have a revolution united
You're
with the
welcome.
Golden Horde.
Only because the initial spirit of what Genghis Khan stood for.
Yes. In the end, he was a father.
No one does great again.
All lands belong to everybody in the family. Everybody. So, good luck.
From the keep.
10,000
The greenie.
went out some factories in China.
See anything until
China.
So I know you
People
watch
in
YouTube.
China, the movement, they would own villages. And expanding the land so they had more lands. That was going to be the job.
And they were
Kublai Khan fulfilled it. Muhammad they did.
that seems that estimates that zero is skeptical of this. They just can't take action. Really like it fine. Charlie just go with the people. Genghis Khan is and he just
Oh no. No, the best.
and he keeps creating the chaos and spamming his on streaming platforms. Get people thing over. That's all. They don't want everything. It's just male descendants. The way it works.
bunch of people were connected is one person, but from that time or 200 years before, it could children with children. Just on a lot of descendants, we've almost many generations. And many more children.
You recorded it too?
Caused a lot of this. It could have been well before Genghis Khan.
That's,
I believe that
that was a neat story.
connection
Maybe.
to Hans
Can't stop, won't stop Rockefeller. I wish these motherfuckers would understand can't stop, won't stop Rockefeller.
Nobody knows where he went.
So they don't know.
Why? Can't stop,
Genghis Khan
won't stop
said, "Everybody go.
Rockefeller.
Let my nation live."
Oh, you don't do anything. Doug, you know how much fucking look at this move.
Very elaborate too.
Oh, you don't do anything. Well, fuck you, man. I make it rain ketchup, cunt.
And so Kublai Khan
Ketchup and pussy juice.
was very black with his
Why? Why not?
not every night would and not go the same.
Hot and hard.
It's officially
Hard and hot.
you cannot do it.
That could be the name of
You're
his
saying like
album. Hard and hot. Why not, baby?
Place, yes. And they believe they know where the place is, but they dedicated
Why
to
not?
him and his family.
pretty amazing. For the greatest conqueror in the history of humanity. For good or for bad, the most impactful, one of the most impactful humans in history.
Yes. And I say to people, what they ask you, what did he look like? And I said, well, the portrait was painted years later by somebody who never saw him. And I say, if you portrait of Kublai Khan, they look alike, except one's old and one's younger. Trying to establish, he wanted to establish his legitimacy, and then look on the Khan looked different. They looked so there was nothing. But I say, if you want to see the face of Genghis Khan, look at any Arab look at the first child you see. That's the face of Genghis Khan. It's his nation. He created that nation. That's his.
Does that make you sad that that there's no, Genghis died.
That's how Israel wins with a real motherfucker. 600 years or less. Just look at the child of Israel. Looks like that motherfucker who spams everybody on Kick.
In the life of Genghis Khan and the books of Genghis Khan. To the Library of Congress, to the Library of Virginia, the University to his granddaughter. The ideas live on, and the same food, wear the same clothes, sleep in the same situation, simple home. No.
It's mostly not what it is. Just infinite respect for that. That is the way. What lessons can you already said? Religious freedom, some of these ideas.
Well, the ideas I think are important. We can still learn that about protection of diplomats, not buying and selling women, or not kidnapping women. They're having individuals. But also, he had interesting things. He had tax-free status for all religions, all physicians, and all teachers. As a former teacher, I embraced that out of pure greed and self-interest. It's not to me the idea of the money. It's the idea of focusing on dieting. We didn't say tax-free for any other category of people, as I recall, just for those. And then he's highlighting that very important. That's a profound approach to life. So these are policies that policies. I think the other idea is very valuable, not in the simple way of meritocracy that we think, not the only thing, but I think it's very important. And even though he failed in the end of his own life and he turned power over to his sons and his family, it's a principle that he lived by most of his life, and we can learn from that principle. The other thing I think is just his global feel for the world, his global understanding. He was a man who had no education in any formal sense, and he had this sense that the world should be united. We should have things that unite all people. Everybody should have their own law, but there should be a higher law of heaven that governs people. This like I should have their own life. They all like the same alphabet. It didn't work. Or his ideas there were just so there all this international spirit out there. I think that we need to globalization. We're all connected. It's just incredible. And we're more provincial than ever. We're just so provincial, and sometimes we use all this technology to help preserve our provincialism. And we can't think in global terms. We can't think world. It's just amazing to me.
If you're afraid, don't do it. If you do it, don't really celebrate. And there's something to that. This, in many ways, representation of a person with a self-command. That person from nothing.
Think of your own family deserting, right? There were many crucial points at which it was either his mother or his wife who made it. So they had humiliated his younger brother. She was the one who said he had to climb down on the shaman's power, and she guided him a lot.
It's not safe.
Sometimes you can say they're not behind the scenes because they're always out front. They won't go court. They always sit out front. They're always out front. This we were like the Muslims and the Christians. They didn't know what this is the way they drink in public. Okay, how they drink in public. You know, so sometimes it was like that, but other times it was with diligent, or the case of his daughter, such as Malachi or a partner on the Chicago people, and the other daughters who ruled over different. They ruled things. And this is something about the secret history that I'm telling you. I get to chapter. All the decisions are covered. I get to chapter section 215. There's only half of it left. 214 is just awarded a girl in college only 4 years old. Once the daughter comes and the mother gives him food because he realizes this is the mother of Jesus. Doing that until the man. And so then he story in 214. He gets to 215, he says that now let us you have 3 husbands. And they said, well, she can read it, and she's a supreme judge, and she doesn't allow any death sentence without her permission. And they didn't say which language is she could read and write. That is really.
They're saying the secret history we have gotten access to has been edited to remove the significance of women, even though they're still there.
In that case, I mean, other cases with his mother, they did not at all. But I think in that case, because what happened is most of these women had few offspring because their husband was gone to war, and Altani and she married several times. So that was sons of reproducing. Only one Tentigan who was ruling in Siberia. So they actually spread out through the empire into a lot of power later. What happened was the area was then taken over by Kublai Khan. It's only because her husband was Mongol and her sons were Mongol, therefore they had the right to rule. And especially not for Egyptians. I tend to have a great suspicion about almost everything in this institution. Is destroying it in this empire. So then I like that, and I think that's one thing. But other things that I learned from the Mongol people in general, not just about their history, how it's possible to live for thousands of years in a place that for many people, beautiful in the world, it's austere. We have abandoned trees, and then big band of step, and then a big band of sand and gravel. It's not appealing, simple, but there's too much. It's like we need to build something over here. Well, yeah, they really value their country. They protect their country. Even now, only 1% is structurally old. They keep it down. This land, that Genghis Khan would love. If you return to the capital, worship, he literally said, "Stop here. Would you please do this? Would you please
I want
to and honor
to, what would you recommend? What's the right way?
Well, start with my home. Let's start there. You come. I think almost going to be interesting. You know, kind of depends a little bit on your purpose. You know, we think you will city based on what the sea. We call lake a big beautiful lake. It's a beautiful trip. If you want to see the more Turkic area where they hunt with the eagles, the far west is where the Kazakh people live. And the absolutely incredibly beautiful. Most mountains in Mongolia are gentle, beautiful, but gentle first. Then if you go to the eastern Mongolia, it's a very flat. To capitalize on his whole area. No, that's back to the only one place they built this statue. He's coming back. Your wind horse thing. You ride that wind horse. It's up to you to use the wind horse, not to just go. Symbolically, he developed a wind into that statue. Some people think that he's only this thing, that it's a pawn or something like that. Well, no, it's what they call the wind horse. meet somebody, just one person, who dissatisfaction with all something that the young people do. In a nation, they're always bringing big things. They bring big drive. I'm the best children ever. I tell them over and over and over. Yes, really take such good care of me. Part of it was my bones are broken. So Arm would pick her up. I'd pick up the wheelchair and lift her over that and walk with me to it. We could go to the opera. Afraid that she's up in a wheelchair, and just get rare.
That makes sense.
Other countries started to come over here. They would ask for permission.
Free speech to be infringed upon, which it never was. Insurance suppression,
And I said, within 1 hour,
What's a favor?
took a picture of us. Towards the end, we're just sitting with my wife. I was just blessed with a good wife. She was smart. She would talk to people about anything. She talked about jazz or physics or art. Man, my life is so small and narrow, but my wife, she's the one who gave me a life. She was in college. I barely got in college. Nobody in my family, I don't know if my grandparents was the good side. Seven. Two people from one family against their will, and I could go to college. So I got to college because I can't take all of it. I failed. This was just a huge share of what I was probation. School, what grades were so low. How would make me believe everything she said? I don't care what she said, I would believe it. And I would say, yeah, that's right. That's just supported me all the way through school. She was taking some, but she inspired me. But she told me, I said, I'm gonna like for just for scholars and then this dissertation, a PhD, and it's just drawings. It's a hobby. She just loved hearing about political advantage. We went back to our original South Carolina. I was okay, we're just going to watch the bullshit. And we worked with these teenagers. Like this, and so to clarity. To achieve that, I have provided concentrate controllers who might be 7 or 8 years. And we would talk a lot. Until one time she said to me, she said, this disease is going to take my life, but teaching. course, I love my children. My grandchildren. There's one person right here. Can you see it here? That's they soon they 44 years out there. And their anniversary. Everybody got the story like works out. But I was very lucky. Very lucky. She said I probably would have believed him. She was too busy enjoying the world. You know, in her final, I could not ask her why. The snow was so beautiful. And the yellow lights shone. The most beautiful night. She had this elegant look of her huge, so ironic, because she looked like a movie star from the 20s or something. And we went to see beautiful night, but her night, her got started again, all details. I go through many times with her coat from her grandmother, whom she loved very much, and the snow and the yellow lights, and we arrived at night, because of course the flight was late, and the next night going to the whole show and more shopping. That was it. She was an inspiration. I've made
Make me cry, Jack. This was a fascinating journey in human history. One of the most impactful ones in history.
I thank you very much. A lot of research when I realized how I feel like you're going to know things I don't know, and you're going to pull something out, and I'm going to be shaking.
There's only one piece of research left. This conversation with Jack to support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description and consider subscribing to this channel. And now, trying to articulate something I've been thinking about. If you'd like to submit questions, including in audio and video form, go to letsfreeman.com/AMA. Or if you want to contact me for other reasons, /contact. And now allow me to make a few comments on the ever-evolving landscape of human civilization. Throughout our core history titled Human Resources, we covered the topic of slavery. One of the lessons I took from this episode is the long arc of history is full of atrocities, as I understand them, with time and progress. But during each period of history, as that documented, it was difficult for the majority of people to see just where the line between good and evil is. We humans, after all, forever like to weave a story in which we are the good guys. Listening to Dan discuss and lay myself reading firsthand accounts of slaves, of torture, of rape, the separation of families is incomprehensibly heartbreaking. By the way, this topic, firsthand accounts of slavery, can be read in Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. I can recommend the book that I've been reading, which is Voices of Slavery, 100 Authentic Slaves. It seems deeply and obviously wrong by today's standards, but slavery was seen as normal for most of human history. Thomas Jefferson, the man who wrote all men are created equal, one of the most powerful minds in all of human history. He himself was a slave owner, making him a fascinating case study of contradiction. In fact, there's evidence that Thomas Jefferson drew from Genghis Khan's ideas about the importance of religious freedom. Following as he did, foundational ideas of human freedom from the jaws of deep history. So it documents these conditions and complexities quite well. A full range of human psychology involved, including how violations of basic human rights breed generational hatred. This, I think, is an important lesson to the consequences can reverberate through decades, even centuries. That's perhaps one of the values of studying history. It is laden with atrocity, but it also contains people, while flawed, the arc of moral universe that bends towards these long and safe words about Gaza, Israel, Palestine. I'm not sure I'm eloquent enough or know quite the right words to express what I'm feeling. Let me try. I think it was atrocity. And I think that the Israeli government is directly responsible for it. And to the degree the U.S. government is assisting the Israeli government in this, which I believe it currently is, it needs to stop immediately. For me, as an American, it makes me sick to know there's any role in this atrocity. This needs to stop. Yes, military complexity, nuance, and text that I'm told by some so-called experts that one must understand. That perhaps they are smarter than me. But like mentioned before, unlike the moral complexity of deep history that I've often spoken about, from the Roman Empire to the Atlantic slave trade, this is the 21st century. This is today. In this, the 21st century, I see things quite simply and clearly. To me, the death of a child is a tragedy. It doesn't matter what their skin color is, what their religion is, or what part of land they call home.
Seriously, we need to release the case.
They are all
Why does the FBI protect the terrorist? Largest scale terrorist event because it was on that list. Put on your big boy pants and let us know the pedophiles are. I think tomorrow, Jesse. Breaking news right now. You're going to see some Israeli right now to review evidence arrive. It's now in the possession of the FBI. It's a new day. It's a new administration. Everything's going to come out to the
I'm not
public.
smart enough to know the path of peace and flourishing of all the peoples in the region. But I do know that what has been happening in Gaza cannot be the way. Suffering at this kind of scale breeds generational hate that leads to more evil in the world, not less, to more destruction. In the future, I hope to find a way to talk to people. God. I still think it's valuable to talk to leaders. I love you all.
the cells in his home. Quite a large number, about 8 Jews died this way. And Swarms had a terrible, terrible situation where
The following is a conversation with Jack Weatherford, anthropologist and his Genghis Khan and the Mongol Empire. He has written a legendary book on this topic titled Genghis Khan and the Making of the Modern World. And he has written many other books, including Emperor of the Seas, Kublai Khan and the Making of China, Genghis Khan and the Quest for God, Secret History of the Mongol Queens, and other excellent books. I've gotten to know Jack more after this conversation, and I not speak highly enough of him. He's a truly brilliant, thoughtful, kind soul. This was a pleasure for me. This is a Let's Freedom podcast. To support, please check out our sponsors in the description and connect to this channel. And now, dear friends, here's Jack Weatherford. Born in approximately 1162, became the conqueror of the largest contiguous empire in history. But before that, he was a boy named Temujin, who at 9 years old lost everything: his father, his tribe, living in poverty, the harshness of the Mongolian steppe. From a boy with nothing to the conqueror of the world. So, tell me about this boy, his childhood, and the Mongolian steppe from which he came from.
The story of Genghis Khan, like the story I think of all of us, it doesn't begin at birth. That's the beginning of life. The story begins long before birth. And sometimes it could be many generations before, and sometimes only shortly before. But I think with Genghis Khan, the crucial thing is to understand how his parents met, and then how he was conceived. And that is that one day a cart was coming across the Mongol territory, and only when they drove carts, they rode horses, with women owned the house, and so they had to have carts for moving back and forth. The fact that a cart was moving to another, and in fact her husband was with her. She was a new bride, and her husband was on a horse close to her. So what happened was a man named Yasuke, the future father of Genghis Khan. Yasuke was up on the hill. He was hunting with his falcon. The words of the secret history of the Mongols were very clear. And he looked down and he saw her, and he could barely glimpse her when he knew she was young, and she was a new bride. He rode back to camp. He got his two brothers, and they came racing down. And they came, and first the husband of the woman looked around, and he decided to flee. Not because he was a coward, but he figured he would probably pull the men after him. They would chase him, and they did. They chased him. He went far away. He circled around. He came back. He arrived back at the cart where his bride was, where they was left. And Earl had time to think while he was riding around, being chased by the Mongols. And she decided that it's more important for him to live. And she told him when he came back, you must flee. If they hear, they will kill you and they will kill you. But if you flee, they will take me, but you will have a dramatic moment. And he rode away from his chest to his back. He was divided, obviously, and whether he should go or stay. But the three men were approaching again, and they were headed straight for the cart this time. And they came in, and they took Erno. She didn't say a word until her husband was over the ridge. When he was over the ridge and she could no longer see him, she began to say to her, it doesn't matter if you shake the water out of the river, and if you shake the mountains with your scream, you will never see this man again. And he was right. That was mother and father met. That's the beginning of his story in this kidnapping. And it's going to reverberate every detail of it. It will come back again and again, not only through the story of the life of Genghis Khan, continue on with you to the issues caused by it. Say it still exists.
So the meeting is a mixture of heartbreak and dark criminal type of kidnapping. From that is conceived this conqueror, the biggest contiguous empire in history.
How did this happen? Who was this person? As Wordsworth wrote in his poem, the child is father of the earth. That is the episode that was before he was born. But all the things that happened throughout his childhood made him into the man that he became. And so he was now suddenly, this unusual situation was created where a child is going to be born to a kidnapped woman who is being held by strange people, the locals, that were not her people. And he already had another wife, her husband. He had a wife named Sochiko. He had at that time already one son. Later he had another son with her. It was a very odd situation. Father, he wasn't. But today, part of also woman. So he came back. He had to be. It was inauspicious. The father and mother moved camp one time. He was quite young, and somehow they overlooked him and forgot him. He was left behind. Here's this young child. We don't know what age, but the Taichi found him, and then they kept him for a while, and eventually he was reunited with his father and mother. And it's very odd to me that I never have any inkling of a spark of relationship much between the father and the son. Because then when Temujin is 8 years old, his father decides to take him off to find a wife, which finding a wife in all holy terms means you give the child to that family, or you give the boy to that family, and he will live with them, and they will raise him up, and they will train him the way they want before he can marry their daughter. So he's taking him off at age 8, but he didn't take the other son from the other wife next to him. He was keeping him. Think about Temujin having been lost by the Taichi and reunited with the family. Now his father takes him off at age 8, and he was going to take him to Mermaid. He stopped with another family, and so with the first family he came across. And the words of the secret is instant love. There was fire in his eyes and fire in her eyes. He saw this girl first at 9 years old, a little older, and he wanted to stay there with that family. According to the story, I took him there with that family. But on the way home, he saw a drinking party, and he decided to join them. They were Tatars. He hid his identity. On the step, everybody kind of figured out who everybody is. And they figured out who he was. But supposedly, they poisoned him. He got on his horse and was
cold, it was really for about 150
So
years.
now,
Another thing we should recall is that
somebody comes from his family,
major
family, not a relative, but a close person. One comes to get him, take him back, make it through the winter, and make it through the winter. Well, the Earl by now, she has 4 sons. And the daughter was going to be born not too long after that. They make it through the winter. The spring comes, and of course, the clan is going to move to a new camp. They go to spring camp or winter camp. And they have a ceremony for the ancestors. And they started the ceremony. What they did not tell her, she had it left out. The old women said, "You're the one home. We will feed you if you come. We do not have to take care of you." Letting her know that as a captive woman, she was not a real wife in their view. And that was really the signal that when they moved camp, they were not taking her with them. And they packed up, they took her animals. They took the animals, but at that moment she still had 1 horse for a moment, and she jumped on the horse and she took the banner of her husband and she raced around with the people. And the banner after this time, one of the friendly came running out to try to stop them, and they killed him. And Tamuchi cried. He was a little boy. He could do it. He's just a little boy. But now that family is left there.
How did they make it through the winter?
Mother, she pulled her hat down over her head. She took her black stick and she ran up and down the banks of the river, digging out roots to feed the gullet of her brood. She fed them through the winter. She found food, digging up whatever she could, finding whatever she could, everything she could. And even at this young age, Tamuchi was already beginning to go out to collect things. He could get fish, he could do a few tasks to help feed the family. It was an extremely awful struggle at this point. But she saved every one of the children.
So, Temujin's early years were marked by loneliness, abandonment, and struggle.
Yes, even after this, he was kidnapped at one point by Taichu. People say, I think the correct word would be enslaved. They put him into a pig, a yoke.
My husband was reborn, and yes, I drop myself when it's
He's trapped in this thing. Every night he would be taken to a different church to go to my family. Maybe for one night there was a little celebration of what's the name of it. And he's left with a boy who's not very smart. Yoke that he's trapped in and use it as a weapon, like turning it around very quickly and hitting the boy in the head, knocking him out. Those are the first lessons for the Mongols that anything that moves is a weapon. This is going to go on for generations. Very important for the Mongols. If it moves, it's a weapon. He did that. He raced them off in the night and he jumped into the river to hide. He still got a tank on him. He's still trapped under there. The people are looking for him. They come out up and down the river, and he's hiding underneath the water.
Yo, how are you, Jack?
To breathe as best he can. But it's dark and this protects him a little bit.
What's up, pimp? Oh, you're not Jack.
We're going to start with a
Your M kid. I like your guy with the hat. Tell him I said hello. What's up, dog? Don't you talk? Dog. Dog. If you weren't aware, I'm about to take a mean ass nap. I mean, a nap for generations. Look at this move. See it again? Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. Did you see that? Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. Look at that. I bet you didn't even know that was possible. I like to call it the inside out, bitch. Can you read me a story? Read me a story. Yo, dog, talk to me about your art. Genghis Khan. You want to learn about six? He was for religion, and he killed 10% of the world's population. Shit.
To marry her when her husband died. They did not. They should take care of her and her children because her children are the children of their brother. They count as the sons of the clan.
Do you see how athletic I am?
No, they had all deserted, all betrayed him. He learned very early on that you cannot trust family.
You mentioned that
Yo, pimp. Finally, you talk. What's up, son?
Georgia was marked by extreme tribal violence.
What's good?
The state of affairs in the steppe.
How's your day going?
Much kidnapping is there?
The story of origin is not a unique story.
Kick it ass, take your names. How'd you find out about me?
As an isolated family outcast, of course, he's been around the various feuds.
From where?
Raids, people around him.
Aiden Ross.
Oh, tight. Okay, very cool. We're watching Jewish history lectures and listening to Genghis Khan podcast. Feel free to enjoy.
That one group raids the other in order to find out whatever they have for textiles or metal. Long before there's nothing, they could produce felt to make their tents. But they were not this one. And so they had to get these items from something. And so
How long have you been doing this?
genealogy,
3.5 years, dog.
you see going back with it having been
Yeah, I'm basically the sexiest person on earth. Do you like Diana Ross? What's your opinion on the Supremes?
You leg, can you say that again?
What's your opinion on the Supremes?
Who are they?
You don't know who the Supremes are? Dog.
What's different?
Everybody should know who the Supremes are. No, they're not Jesuits. They're a band from Detroit.
Oh,
Can you describe first of all what that means and what
Yeah, Rothschild.
At age 16,
Yeah, dog, and Diana Ross is hot as fuck.
girl he had met when he was 8 years old and she was 9. She's now 17, and she and her mother called me.
She's still hot.
She's 81 and fuckable.
What it was like with a 16-year-old boy who had suffered these indignities of love, and suddenly
What's your favorite Supreme song?
who's going to be living with him, making him happy, and her
Supreme's number ones. Listen to it and then tell me what your favorite Supreme song is. The correct answer is all of them.
So there they are.
What are they?
Love,
We don't know exactly who she is, but just they call her grandmother.
Tenement Slums,
Sleeping, of course, on the floor.
Love, Stopping.
Randall Carson is?
Yeah, I know who Randall Carson is. He wasn't in the Supremes.
She puts all of her children on the board.
Do you like him?
Coming in the dark.
Do you French fries? Top of the pyramid. Maybe. Related to John, used to be Johnny Carson's bartender's accountant. Dog. So you ever have you
Yes.
No, when Johnny Carson was on, it was
You need to ask.
Here is a person who's not from his kin.
do you sling dick like it's going out of style?
You know what?
Yeah.
That she was pregnant and kidnapping. And the Wojcicki sent her through the kidnapper charge senseless. So they're both through the
Oh, it can. But the best. Wait, what did you say? Is it a movie or a game or something?
So they're playing on the ice.
You know the monster can?
What's a monster can? For Monsters Inc? Do you know why it's an important number? Think about it. Give me your verbal synopsis of my favorite number.
Symbol.
So the boys in exchange wrote his whole question, raise some troops and go with you. And he did. So the three sent out some troops and his family, each had his brothers.
They can,
Which goes into Siberia and all
etc.
They had to go through some extremely rough territory. And you see in this episode, though, Jamaica is
just like what your opinion is. I think that the bad aliens are good aliens. I think they're bad aliens. I think they're neutral aliens.
I see why. Bronze Age.
Right? Oh, no, right now I'm busy. I'm talking with you. How do you spell it? Ugarage? Ugar? Oh, like the dog of the Georgia Bulldogs.
It's you.
Can you explain in Mongol society?
Why?
Persian Chronicles, Chinese Chronicles. None of them know about this until the secret history was deciphered and translated.
I like them all.
If a man dies,
Dog, I think energy's in both good and evil, and to what some people can.
perhaps marry Mother Earth. Now,
Even a hell?
I know that
I personally do not.
or Jim was trying to prevent it because it was bad enough that he was told to run.
What do you think is the purpose?
That's a great question.
He was already, Victor was ordering him around so he would take things like a fish or bird that was in the
Right.
Perhaps to procreate.
the Mongol hierarchy. So Georgia would catch a fish
Yeah, but
and Victor would
procreate to do what?
It's only recorded once, but perhaps that would tell time.
We'll have more children. You're talking about an individual. I would probably say it's to gain knowledge of the good.
Anything he wants, just about with his younger siblings. That's, but Temujin is not going to stop it for him. So,
Meaning to be a philosopher king and slaying dick like it's going out of style.
which I'm not so sure that's really the plan. But the boys are actually taking the soy.
Do you know about the pineal gland?
Fuck yeah, I do.
I think it's more complicated than that. But for whatever reason, he
You know
and
about
his
fluoride?
ex-brother
Fuck yeah, I do.
decided to kill him.
Why to you is it more complicated than that? It feels to me like stealing a
How-
Universe.
What is?
over and over and over. And the fish is a symbol of that. So
Karma is one of the universe.
Cool, Josh. No matter what happens to me, it's kind of like that.
The last thing.
Where did he go? Okay, so then when we killed him,
How many hours? How many hours? 3 days.
72, baby.
You know,
Fucking a day without going wrong.
It's very interesting.
So thank you for your return to Bertha. Is it normal to have a story across many years when you're separated, sort of having that kind of loyalty? Because those two-way loyalty, conversion to Timothy and Timothy.
Children certainly a strong mother before today the most important time in order to get her back.
Look at this athleticism. That was a really good story. I liked it.
See the sky turning. I don't know if you're not seeing the stars. You're not seeing the North Pole.
It's all the way up there with a handful of Jews.
We can't say tribe. It's not big enough yet for a tribe. But the whole clan that's there. I gave behind it. The doors are on like golden milk. It's very simple, man. So he gave, and then when the baby was born, what'd you name the baby? People say no, it's because he was a soldier. And so took us clan went from the name.
This girl is super vain. Folks, I am perhaps playing a dick like it's going out of so baby. Look at this athleticism. Look at this burp, like burp. See what's trending. I trending on Prime Video when I watch it.
That we know of Genghis Khan. It was a new title scene. It could have had tons of it tells the scene. Thing is, smile. These people have snouts of steel, and they eat humans alive. He was telling all these horrible things, but he now wants to become the Greek Khan of the steppe. He has very few followers, but he takes the title Khan, which is a very old, ancient, important title. But because Khan and Greek Khan of the steppe,
That's not at school.
but his
In a warm tone, just that somebody through. Come on,
I think they want to Genghis
You'll be
a safety guard in life. When people want that you will never completely trust me. I will be like a mouse underneath the collar of your tuning. I will be the protector for you and your
Shylock is
soul.
merchant on Venice.
Obviously, the budget did not participate in the killing. What he had more travel than the dead horses. Something there are a couple other methods, but I think that's probably to Russia. But until the 20th century was a part of it's really maybe that was just a formality that he knew would be rejected. Or maybe when
work and understanding this history, this relation forging is.
I would say in both negative and positive ways, it was the most Nazi death. Somebody disagreed on things. So I'll go kill everybody and all. And issue. I did not. He said you had burst of. You have a very strong wife to help you. My wife just used the word like prattler, like she just sort of complains and issues. There were some elements of that were true. But Jonathan certainly didn't have the intelligence and the real genius for dealing with people, dealing with soldiers, especially in warfare, that Temujin had.
Yeah, there's in that relationship there's a contrast because Genghis Khan did not accumulate riches or accumulate power in a way that was for the sake of the riches or for the sake of power. He was always very practical. What is the way to maximize
the gold belt? Because of the story, you know, the gold belt doesn't just disappear. You know, what happened to that? And so he just because was never interested. Interested in the wealth until he had signed it before.
Things about Genghis Khan's stories. He came from nothing.
Absolutely. But he never became avaricious in any way. He was never greedy. He was never part of the simple life for him. They could paint a picture. No building could be built that have no house, no tomb, no temple of any sort. Not even then.
Right? That the information not being the two territories that you conquer. So it's from record. Don't worship. That's because that's a dangerous road to go down from.
It's very hard. You're so easily corrupted by power and towards his relationship was with the people around him. His God, mostly his private part of until but I said, Genghis Khan in his lifetime, people couldn't take notes. Even one of the things he did with every campaign, even his had a whole house. Different tribes, but very high-ranking members of the government. And one as a soldier, he could read and write. He became the supreme judge, appointed by Genghis Khan, of course. And so when Genghis Khan died, in blue books, only the law, nothing in our campaigns or military anything. What happened? He compiled the work. Part of it, I don't know if people contributed, helped him. Was a little bit unclear. Almost, they don't specify that. They don't say exactly where something happened. They don't know exactly where it happened. It begins with what we would say are the myths.
Yo, what up, pimp?
The origins of the myth. It begins with the very great one. with a tawny deer. They think they're real people. No, I don't know. But this earlier history is just the genealogy is it should be. He's cast out because he's just a mess, but I tend to think it's probably accurate. There's a lot of good information. And by the time you get to the life of the Rothschild, the reason we know these intimate things is because that person, Jiggy Utum, he was there, sleeping in the same air with the people. So we even see in there, he will record instances where Mercer sits up in bed and tells her husband, okay, you got to do this, you got to do that, you can't do this anymore, you can't do, you know. I mean, it's all recorded, right? So it's a very intimate document. And this is one reason that it was secret. It was only for the family. They were trying to uphold Genghis Khan's prohibition against putting out information about the family. So it was secret for a very long time. So much so that scholars began to think it didn't exist. And then in the 19th century, a Russian academic who was working in China at the time in Beijing, he discovered a manuscript which was very, very odd. People didn't think was anything because it's all Chinese characters, but it makes no sense in Chinese. What he recognized, but if you read it, pronounce it, it makes sense in Mongolian. So it was in this code that had been used to record information in Chinese.
They're recording the sound.
The sounds, correct. They use Chinese characters to record sounds. Which is always problematic in some little areas here. I'm not exactly sure what the name is or something like that. But it was a very unusual document. And then once they found it, they liked it very much. And so it was helpful that it already existed. And all of it, some of it existed in Mongolian, other Mongolian sources that were written later. Some of it was just so it seemed to be genuine. Some things have been snipped here and there, and a few words changed. And sometimes for Temujin, they call him Genghis Khan. Well, he wasn't the Khan then. And sometimes they call him Han, which is like chief, and others like Han. It was supposed to be two volume, was going to be the notes, and he was lost. To this day, I'd love to see that, but anyway, it was just about the world.
Can you clarify? So there's two volumes. The 19th century Chinese manuscript.
But the just went Those were his notes, not Mongolian notes. It's interesting just to read I mean, it's just so. For me, it was the guiding document. Is active there, not live in books. History does not live in archives or even libraries as much as I need them for my work. It was very important for Really Quantum was on the one that she could feel the vibration. Just look. So you're not going to feel any vibrations. The ground here is suddenly.
Just the experience of standing there.
They said almost it was in the cities he conquered in Central Asia and all. There was so little to learn. I mean, everything was kind of known, whatever. The archaeologists had found whatever they had found. But I get there and he had seen it, identified with it. I wasn't feeling it. In Mongolia, I would go to these and I would know. If Genghis Khan came back today, he would know exactly where he is. There's no road, there's no sign, there's no building, there's no power line going. Nothing. And just to smell the air, to feel it. What kind of animals live here? What kind of plants are growing here? You begin to get a feeling for how he was thinking. Oh, I know it's doing. The only direction I could come from was that way. Where I have the text. Well, the text is like it has no scenery, no prompts, nothing like that. The Mongols all understand that way of life. They don't like need to explain anything. That's how I learned it. It was being with the people. It was changed my mind. I think it was yes, now it's the people begin. And they begin it with the words. The highest heaven.
Integrating the spiritual elements of nature, connection to nature that they have.
Mongolia is a world that, for the most part, is the same as when Genghis. We cannot say that for any other place in the world. America, just a few hundred years ago, it was space with the fewest number of people of today. And they live in their environment in such an intimate way. This was important for learning about Genghis Khan. How he thought, strategized. You can see for every direction. There's no, it's like being in the ocean coming in. Yeah, the smell of the wind, but also then there's grass. Grass is dust. Yeah, dust. Oh yeah, the dust doesn't smell so good. It doesn't feel so good, pure. There has been mostly pollution in this century. So water is very important. To learn the rules about water. You don't camp by water. If you camp by water, take the animals to the river to drink, and then you take them away. You do not bathe in that river. You take the water away from the river. Dangerous to impose the river goes on. You can suddenly have it that it can work if you're on camp and you're by the water. They live with nature in a way and with solar panels, and they can get TV out in the middle of them. Still, they're living a similar life. The young people, of course, want to drive a motorbike, but they're still herding cows. Instead, from a young age, they've been while standing on the horse. They learn how to ride while standing on the horse. From a young age, while standing on the horse.
horsemanship later in life. Can you speak
not to be so horses. And so in battle they used it for a very practical purpose. That is horses on the colors of horses, much less for all the other things about it. I can remember Mongolians being out there in the countryside, they said, oh, I want to learn English. I said, okay, yeah, that's nice. You teach me some words in Mongolia, I'll teach you the words in what color is that? Brown. I said, yes. Okay. What color is this? I said, what? It's just amazing. I mean, they have words based on how smooth the coloring is. Mixture and all the different in the case of the female, all these things are important. Of the horse. And the horse, they will wipe the sweat and the horse and wipe it onto their own forehead, which is the most sacred part of the body, where the soul resides. This is the horses. And they're hard on them in some ways. They train them very well. They're trained for that. They use a very small provocative. It's a little bit like a stick with a slight whip at the end. They hit the horse. Never anything else. They're horrified at Western people who use metal spurs and metal to harm the horse in the stomach. And on the head of a horse, they say it's a capital crime. I don't know it for it, but you never ever harm a horse's head. Important with many of them fermented horse's milk that the mother goes out every morning and she throws some to each of the four directions to start the day. And they use it for every kind of thing. Well, you know, in my watching, I remember one day being with a very nice family. It happened to be on a gelding day when they were up there gelding would-be stallions who don't get to be stallions. One of the bunch of boys, and only to get about one or two girls, about 4 or 5 boys, and one boy was maybe 11 years old. In fact, they all kind of turned attention away. And I But 2 weeks later, by chance, another boy who is back at your races, like, I would have died in 48 hours. He lived. He said, well, he slept in the daytime when it was warm. He walked at night when it was cold. Even though this was a summertime where nights can be quite cold and warm down to the negative. He lived. And I realized, the boy falls from the horse. She knows that. It's probably hard to see her voice suffer, but
just a small tidbit? There's a wrestler named Gary Colat, and he tells the story about mental toughness. That the first time he saw truly mentally tough people was when he visited Mongolia for a wrestling tournament. And he remembered that they were taking showers in ice cold water. And all the other wrestlers, they would take the shower, and when the water hits them, you could see a little grimace. But with Mongols, there was just it was emotionless. Like ice cold water or any other kind of hard falling from the horse is just an example of that. There's a mental hardness and a mental toughness.
You have to be able coming winter. The rest of the wrestlers come there to train. Refreshing to them. Refreshing.
Well, then shooting accurately at 200 meters and more. Watching some of the videos, just incredible how we have top of horse and shooting in a moment of the gallop when all 4 feet are off the ground. As you have to time all that, you have to position your body to maintain balance. And then there's the actual holding and shooting the bow accurately. And obviously the technology of the bow, the composite bow, we use crossbows, we adapt the technology. And there's a particular kind of with the composite bow that, of course, the thing is bouncing up and down, right? So you have to not incredible to be able to shoot a horse going 60 kilometers an hour. Anyway, can you speak exceptional excellence that engaging in war?
The horse and the bow combination, and it was the most lethal weapon known to the world. The synchronization and the timing of the movement, and also the years of skill. Absolutely. The cutoff was 6 years old. And so it's 3 years old racing. It's absolutely good. Of course, at that age, they can't even have a saddle. You have to defend your animals. There are wolves around, hawks and other things. And so became excellent archers. They had composite wasn't most that were written. I say all that because it's very important, sort of nomadic traits. Anyway, in an earlier version, you had the Huns who came out of Mongolia, and Hun is just a Mongolian word for human. To this day, that's what they say, or human being. So they came out of Mongolia, and all the early Turkic groups came out of Mongolia, and they had the similar skills. So you have this perfect weapon, but also you have to have perfect strategy and how to coordinate it and organize it and use it. And this is where the genius that I cannot explain because of Genghis Khan came in. Other people I think have been very good at times, a number of Turkic leaders, and also, or even Attila the Hun, they were so excellent in their strategy. They were very good in warfare, and that's what carried them through. Genghis Khan's army was extremely good at warfare. He never got it. To me, it's finally true. There's each rider. That's the weapon. What the army becomes the super weapon of Genghis Khan. He organized it on how he used it and the strategies that he put together. Now, when you had a in America, dream. Most cavalry, right? All cavalry. What's all cavalry? The old baggage train, he had no backup commissary. Early on, no engineer corps. Later, one was later. We're in heavy cavalry. 1,000. So, where you gain authority, but to the reader's commands, they efficient, accurate, precise. These troops in the battlefield and the dynamic mood troops, including all the interesting tactics that you have for your communication and coordination. And for that, orders must be followed. Is there something to speak to that? Like, how do you do this kind of system? As we said, has deserted him. His Anda was a Christian relationship, but all the others that he found were just common people. Herders or hunters, very common, and they were loyal to him and never, ever revolted against him, never betrayed him. So he had loyalty. And then, as you mentioned, was the 10 squad of terror, and then the head of that squad, he had total control over it. But the men knew that they were going to protect each other. They had to come back. With every was they were organizing with 5 horses each man. They had their bow and they had a lot of arrows, as many as they could. It was a great advantage whenever they hit Russia, because the Russians could not use Mongolian arrows. They could knock them in their bow. But the Mongols could use Russian arrows, right?
There she is.
So all these little things, it's not even just the arrow. Also,
How was your day? Lovely, thank you. All right, get ready for an invitation in less than a minute.
And they're carrying everything themselves. They don't have any packaging behind them. And then one of the things they have to carry is needle and thread to sew up things.
That the Jews are engaged in all kinds of unusual behavior, right? Because it has this massive house cleaning time where you have to go all these products. You have to put it on once in particular. And so the Jews are running around doing these strange things, and Christian Columbus, they sort of talked about this in particular, the requirement that every Jew would take 4 cups of wine in Passover. And so they have to have this red wine in particular. Was something that would keep the Christian imagination. They were so much.
Here we go.
The commentator on the code of Jewish thought, Moshe Isser, who is the Ramah, that if you live in a place where God brought a
Come on, Rabbi. Get it, Frankie.
which is, of course, as I mentioned at the beginning, believe you serve
We got these two.
For sure.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yes, guys.
No doubt.
Oh, this is
Oh, for sure. Got it.
hey, it's there.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Get it.
Another argument was that Jewish women and men menstruated and they needed to replace their iron rods by drinking.
Oh, what a beautiful, beautiful spare.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Get it. That's what I needed.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about.
Good.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sweet.
Various essential purposes associated with the blood, whatever the emotion required. Circumcision of the young child.
Get it. Nice spare.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Come on, Rabbi.
No doubt. All right. I need a good one. Nope.
Okay, still leaving. Okay. Yeah.
Miss Aquarius takes the lead. Get it. Ooh.
I know, it's close. Come on, Rabbi, you got this.
Uh-oh. Miss Aquarius, you may get me. I need to get this split. And I did. Good win.
The church reacted was close.
Get it.
The laity as a whole,
Get it. Yes. Get in the eight. Miss Aquarius. Big time score here. She puts a back to back. Big scores. Good job, Miss Aquarius. Good friendship.
Yeah, see, we both won.
100%.
No losing here. No losing.
I was just thinking about it. Yeah, you do? Send you an invite.
all other government Western world had, clearly believed a jury of Ukrainian peasants that non-Jews, and you can see the picture here with all these children hung upside down. had a lot more historicity than, but that's essentially the typical story with this desecration charged. These populations. Of course, there's a fear that this kind of violence will be lost. Now, in terms of the relationship of the church to the host desecrations, you can see here this map also. Religious fervor that turned into violence that had really no connection to Catholic doctrine. The idea there's actually a kind of called all of the wafers developers who studied it, maybe they were somehow the tremendous pull in the mind, but unlike the patriarchal idol, it did not survive into the 18th. To believe that there was a body, there was a child who was, God forbid, who was our neighbor. That is a atrocities against their neighbors. Now, moving to the 20th century, I just want to give you result of the crisis following World War I, the economic crisis, and so they issued local municipal currency, which was called Rothschild, or city currency. As you go back, let's say the American dollar, say it's all currency, so that it would, hopefully a reasonable level. Los Angeles would have a different currency, and so early 1920s. Frequently, they have anti-Semitic artwork on their phones. Imagine sending your child out to get a gallon of milk. Series of notes shows essentially most specimens of the Christian complex. In this case, he appears to be standing putting the host, which is rolling to the Jews there with very heavy Christianity. And then another example, here are the Jews gathered around their Passover table, and on one side they're eating that wraps up this very difficult short lecture. Next week we'll go back to the social issues specific to the Jews. living, dealing with this local human experience that is Jewish law. A person wants chicken kosher, habit, much more complicated monetary, personal status issues come to the rabbis. The rabbis report an answer, becomes precedent rather than by later rabbis as they try to determine the halakha, the decision of Jewish law. So there's a couple of difficulties with using responsive literature to understand human literature. The first is, of course, it's not written by women at all. This is an entirely male area of activity. There are precious few just like echoes of what women might have taken away. Certainly from a male perspective, what to do about this or that particular situation. We're going to discuss a few still true today, but true to the vast majority of documents absolutely insufficient. Still, the Geniza documents tell us more about commemorate the martyrs of various massacres. Specific very makes it, yes, it's a typical family size, naming patterns, and whether people name their children after Hebraic sources or after technical literature, which, there's a lot of the legislature that falls into this category, but the patterns that we know most important of which is clearly the very important 12th century source, which we discussed also in the context of the States, the Sacred Hasidim, which is a remarkable document that includes a lot of fascinating discussion of exhortations from ethical behavior, primarily, but also through fables and stories that were circulating and things like that. And there's a lot of discussion of women in the Sacred Hasidim. Women are part and parcel of many of the commentaries in the Bible and other passages that are widely studied in this era, and seeing how they were written, or sometimes how they were not written. We will talk a little bit later about Rashi, who was especially fascinating, not only for what he said about women, which we'll get to, by the way, but by what he did not say about women. It is fascinating that in his commentary on the Bible, the widely read, the major functions of Rashi is he connects written Torah to the function of on how he cites Rashi. Tends to not cite and not include derogatory to him. So his formed in many ways by some of the things that he wrote. For daughters who marries very well, his sons-in-law were all scholars. This is autobiography until we get to the 17th century, really, the remarkable people of how we really don't have definitive, substantive women's life by a woman. But we have all of these other kind of ancillaries, peripheral things that the women's experience is so let's think much of this is informed by the early Talmudic tradition, where you do have texts that form the basis of Jewish law from the ancient period. But you see translations of these texts, places and times, and those areas were designed the doors. Just as part of the reason for this all those disputes, but the huge social also point out though that in this context, women are, overall legal status of women women minority and differential for when it comes to impoverishment with the women actually broadly are both impoverished and have those differential advantage. For example, so is that is related to all the others is of course education. It's remarkable that Jewish men in medieval years had a very high level of literacy. Men were expected to at least be able to manage basic ritual composition in synagogue, which meant they had to be able to at least sound out the letters in the prayer book, and they should have a rudimentary understanding of what it is they are reading. There's a level of literacy that we universal literacy at least with one language. As they know, may have been Yiddish or Judeo-Arabic, and chances are they had it in some cases. Hebrew was generally no longer used the basic language of communication. American English today. They have at least literacy in that language, language of scholarship. So much more educated people can communicate in Hebrew much more easily. Of course, Arabic is much more closely related to that's not all Jewish men with a much higher level of non-Jewish population. Much less so in Hebrew, much more likely to have literacy in the vernacular. But let us recall that many of these vernaculars didn't even have widely known alphabets. That people Yiddish is essentially basically then she drinks this special, which consists of special water drawn from a particular source, and it has a bit of the name of God from a parchment ground up into it. And she drinks this potion, the very soda, and if she is innocent, then she gets all kinds of additional protections and blessings and so on, and her husband is censured for putting her through this. And if she is guilty, then she dies over that. As that horrible death part doesn't happen right away. Let's say, for example, she volunteered as a sort of bake sale, so she would get an extra 6 months before the horrible death started. And the more good deeds that she did, the longer stretch. So one of the rabbis in the so it says, so where you go? You should go for teaching our daughters Torah, because that will extend their lives. And the rabbi said, no, the death itself is appropriate limit. As long as it's kosher, for example, to maintain the family kitchen and many other areas like this. But pure theoretical Torah, particularly Talmud, the bulk of rabbinic opinion shied away from it based on the second opinion. In the modern era, we get to the late 19th, especially the middle of the 20th century, there was a rabbinic opinions that go back and revisit that question. But obviously, that's not the case. Within this context, however, it's not like the Talmud says absolutely full stop. A woman may not take Torah. It's one opinion among many that suggests that it's not advisable. So what that means is you have throughout medieval history and into the modern era, exceptional women who, primarily because of the tend to be associated with scholarly families. I mentioned the daughters of Rashi, for example, who are privileged primarily because of the intellectual, spiritual nature of the family in which they are raised, who nevertheless achieve much greater levels of literacy and familiarity with the tradition. We'll even see, when we get a little bit later in the medieval period, early modern period, where there are Rothschild yeshiva who actually set up Talmud schools for men, and he separates men with really amazing women that eyes and but as I mentioned, experience, I'd like to look a little bit more closely at their role in the Jewish family. Besides there is a pronounced gender sometimes married to men who are not much older than they. In Islamic times, that might have had great families, yes, larger families, and seeking an appropriate marriage partner, and by appropriate, I'm talking about family, it's a very challenging thing. So, the idea of finding a match of the same corporate balance with the desire to try and gain resources with the family. So, rather than marrying a wealthy boy to a cool girl, and then it's about marrying a wealthy boy to a wealthy girl, and then that they consolidate joy in the family. Less wealthy families might have actually needed the of the young man and young woman a little bit longer than they could to hire them on the marriage. It's also important to note, however, that the actual marriage ceremony in Judaism technically consists of two distinct phases. The first is what I call betrothal, necessarily rainwater now, returning to a topic we looked at a while ago, recently, also the Jewish expression is something like that. So crystal, this is essentially do the same thing. In Muslim countries, this was not the norm. One could marry up to 4 wives, and so it was not at all uncommon for in a woman to live together as husband and rich, upkeep and importantly, a compensation role. In other words, if you choose to divorce her, then you will have to pay a marriage penalty as well. The concubines were not protected by that the surviving daughter things. Given the environment situation, they typically live with the shadow of their father or their husband or their son who were never kind of abandoned to their own device. So a widow, so people have considered just the right thing to do. They're in the context that if the survivor brother which chooses to marry fail to live up to his as deserving of communal disapproval. There are times that and so there's kind of like a default ritual called Kalisa, which refers to a ritual in which if you remove the shoe from so here's the thing. Evil is clearly favored as the choice. Many in the Babylonian version appropriate situation. As you get to the Ashkenazic world, it seems to be very clear that the rabbis want to essentially the preference to Chalitza over music. That is the default case is to refuse to take both. In the Sephardic world, this is not the case, and the Jewish or Muslim environments frequently have their brothers marrying their sister-in-law after their neighbors pass away. But in Ashkenazic lands, the default setting is Chalitza. It's interesting to note that Rashi, among others, Rashi, by the way, as we discussed recently, seems to be in his mind a lot of things there. That indicate how separate from the rest of opinion with regards to whether she wants to marry those brothers. Something which is debated in the Talmud and for the most part dismissed in those social circumstances. Divorce is primarily because, as I mentioned earlier, that's children which definitely influence the mortality differential of men and women, but if the husband has the right to initiate the divorce, which then goes to the convenience of the divorce. She can appeal to the court, and the court has a wide simply not working, and we don't care to do so. This represents a very difficult problem because the women who cannot this problem, of course, persists to the present day, and in fact, it's actually worse in the 21st century. In the medieval period, the primary cause for denial is not a terrible situation, really. And there's modern let us just conclude by thinking a little bit about there's no question here.
If I know a trillionaire,
Shout out to Mac Prince. They know what's up.
her way. She is repudiated by the synagogue for some unrelated activities, but she nevertheless, supports the synagogue with massive donations. Before things like that, women who are really significant businessmen described in the news. We also have significant evidence that they're involved in the same economic activities that men are, as we discussed when we looked at finance and trade and so on. Sometimes they suffer from similar kinds of deprivations as well. There's a most terrifying image in this country that describes the caption of the last.
He's on me.
Specifically the 12th to the 15th century, which were okay. So after 1492, they were rather different. But we're going to focus on the regions of Leon, Castilla, Aragon, Navarre, over the course of the next there's a few really interesting phenomena that are going on at this time. First, this is the era of the greatest of the Spanish throughout Europe, but the government officials associated with fiscal activities, they often don't have as the moving circle, rising things, the underwriting these things activities, and exercising a tremendous amount of power. Isaac Barbanel,
Oh, fuck yeah, girl.
authority, partially because of the tremendous the Jewish leader. Tax farming is typical medieval where the king is unable to actually every individual. Will appoint a middleman, who is typically a Jew, who will pay small taxes with the authority of the king, and the tax farmer will collect small money very highly, and the king we shall see derive funds from the population. One has put it as kind of a the Jews are like a sponge that the king puts on a stick and dips into the ocean of the peasantry and then draws it out in order to squeeze the liquid out of the sponge. And so the Jews were often placed in that position. Naturally, Jews are involved in all kinds of other activities in Spain, something that is true in some places in time, typically not true. Jews were able to own land. It was just not necessarily a wise thing for Jews to invest in land because it involved various trades, however, particularly in Europe, and they were not able to join monopolies in given towns. So things like tax remarkable the degree to which the Jewish here that typically when Jews in a given location, all right, you're moving in here, your community has the right to do this, do that. So the level of autonomy that the Jews had in northern Spain from the 1200s to the 1400s is really incredible. But in many of the Spanish communities, but also in some rare cases, power for the Jewish community and the general wealth. This is especially true during the reign of James I of Aragon, shown here, who was a remarkable Barcelona and the religious powers, specifically the Catholic Church. Who really should be in charge? Philosophically, you come from the medieval church and its nephew, because you would promote the Pope would promote his soldiers and so on. So the king and the church often had kind of like a seesaw relationship where when the power of the king went down, the churches went up, and so as what you see with James I of Aragon, there was a moment where siege to demands of the clergy who were very upset about the power that had been given to Jews in Spain. And so
And then he said, "You're gonna put me on the shelf. And let me tell you, I got some news to true. And you have to eat your lunch on when I'm on. And I feel strong. I will sing this victory song. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The letter that you wrote me made me stop and wonder why. When you had to feel like you had to set things right. Just remember this, my girl. When you look up in the sky, you just
who was, a figure of tremendous consequence, the incredible
loyalty of his men to him, and it went all the way down. Loyalty was really important, that he organize the army into left bodyguard and his usually they have a vanguard rear guard. You could say, but all very well. Very precise ways of doing things. This really was the secret. Use the best people. Who is willing to train them as much as possible.
Have the words cannot do. Give me the best of me. Now, but the words well. Deep you got the best of my, you got the best of my.
Slanders never come along in his life. Actually flooded out the whole
A rich old man, and she won't worry. Have a good place and go and stop. And then at night, They let the house get slowly. Cause then she must go out for the evening. And they'll turn old friends keep you in town. They knows where she's going. Now she's leaving. She is heading for the cheating side of town. You can't hide your lying eyes, and your smile is a thin disguise. I thought by now you'd realize there ain't no way to hide your lying eyes.
He used it throughout his lifetime, and he was getting better over his lifetime with using foreign information, foreign technology.
That was so sick. I don't know. That was so sick. One of the sickest things I've ever seen.
Usually the way the horse would usually run for one day and then rest for the next 4 to 5 days, and then another horse would be right.
Because it's used to that. All kinds of dynamic movement circulating on this. And also mistakes of
One of these nights. One of these.
Because there was no shaving, retreating, and not fighting up against the enemy. However, that also becomes and then they would send in a small group of soldiers to attack. And all those were able to fire, of course, going forward or not.
One of these. One of these nights. We're gonna find out where my looking down. The full moon is wind whispers and moans. You got your demons. You got desire. Ooh, someone to be coming. Ooh, coming right behind you. Soon I'm gonna find you. Lord, these nights, these dreams.
circle, which there has been many great military historians who have written about military forces, and one of the things you write about in general is the Mongols don't get written about almost at all, and don't get credit is exhibited through the different strategies. This kind of idea of the fake retreat and then attacking the flanks, that's, been, if not invented, then perfected by Genghis.
It really was a lot of things too. They didn't like roads. They just didn't like the roads. So they would often be coming from some direction that nobody ever came. The people would be unprepared for that. One of the most famous examples from Colorado. It's a beautiful, wonderful, serene place in the world to this day. And they get the desert. Well, nobody had ever attacked across the desert. Some people say they don't even know what's going on. But it was the direction that was in that particular case. So he was able to think in ways that other people were not thinking.
The ground must shake when you have that many horses. When Genghis Khan is approaching.
And the end of the evening. As the bright light oh, you've always been a dreamer. Say I've learned now. See lately, out and turn it out and turn it out. Show me a sign and take it to the limit one more time. Take it to the limit. Yeah. Yo, I wonder how Don Tony feels about me. This motherfucker. Oh, hey, dog. Be respectful of each other. Check. Have a great time. Check. Don't self-promote. I don't know what that means. Yo, dog.
If you actually are a real person,
Oh, it's done, dog. Don't worry about that. Really? Oh. Why do you want me to suck your dick from the back? I thought he was going to say, if you're a real person, come talk to me. Psych. I got it dizzy. Push, perhaps. This is a big one.
There's an agreement.
On a dark desert highway, cool my hair, smell of toast, and up through the air. I saw a shimmering light. I could have you and my sight grew dim. I stood in the doorway, heard the mission bell.
You have to tell me that, when I tell you this, your son is where you are. And the father was no one and it went on for weeks and weeks, killing in Afghanistan. And then it just got a war until out. I could not get our emotions to overcome. And I know that you really kind of lost control of his own emotions.
Man, about dust come in your chair, bro. What are you gonna do about it? Right. Yes, it's consistent. No, I wish I had one. What does that mean? This is my life, dog. Yeah, it's good stuff.
The number is difficult to deal with. Millions of people. Every family that lost someone. It doesn't matter what number it is. It's a tremendous loss. I don't think we should judge him and other countries today should fight wars, including our own country. And whatever we are willing to permit our country to do, we should be able to understand is hard on the involvement invading in Iraq, fighting in the United States is very involved. And it's always, but we're defending democracy. And yeah, we brought a hell of a lot of democracy to Afghanistan.
So you're taking too long.
We killed a lot of people. You can even look back to World War II, our great moment of democracy and freedom and democracy. We took the bombing bombs of Hiroshima America, what I'm saying, how can we condemn and excuse it in ourselves? And we tend to do that. Especially when we're people don't step. We tend to demonize them. What do you think we tend to demonize them?
You said a lot of interesting things.
This could be heaven, this could be hell. And she lit up a candle.
Things like dropping the big things on the bomb.
Dog, that shit was sick.
An act of essentially in the same style as Genghis Khan.
And then she lifted up a candle and she showed me the way. There were horses down in corridors. I heard them say, welcome to the Hotel Cal. Lovely place, such a nice. With plenty of room at the Hotel California. Time of year and time of year. You can find it here. Instead, got the Mercedes in our line. He said, we haven't had that spirit here since 1969. We're up in the middle of to the Hotel California. Do you know who I am, baby? Rachel, you're pretty hot. I think really most streamers are pretty hot, especially this one. And Rabbi. Rachel.
It was a little bit larger on the even Russia, with so many little kingdoms and duchies and dukedoms, and the center had been in the Ukraine. And they shifted the focus out of Ukraine and more towards the north.
Yo, baby.
And they began to talk about unification and great impact.
Another one. I love how like real streamers stream with like 4 people. That's a real streamer. Aiden Ross had 57,000 people who watch me exactly every single fucking stream. That ain't real. 4 people, that's real. Shout out to Rachel's anxiety doll. Girl, you're gonna hate me. You're gonna be on some ledge by the end of this spam fest. Anxiety doll fucking hates me. She travels too much and misspelled the word too. A common mistake. Go, shorty. It's your birthday. We gonna party like it's your birthday. We gonna sip Bacardi like it's your birthday. And you know we don't give a fuck. It's not your birthday. You find me in the club, bottle full of bug. My mom got what you need. It's in the shower. When you're having the hooks down and making love. So come give me a hug if you end up in the drug. You find me in the club.
This is what I mean when I say that the ramifications of that crime.
That was good. Good job, girl. She knows how to do it.
Saddam Hussein went on television for the last time in Iraq, pleading with his people. He said Mongols never returned, but he said the Americans were just the new I can see it. I don't accept it, but I can see how people think. If we can be honest with ourselves and strip away our own lies about ourselves, perhaps we will be more ethical in our dealings with other people.
And that's not China, Mongols or otherwise is a very important step in the history of China that permits them to today.
Hey, Mark, I gotta watch. Shit. Kill you.
The trade routes, all of this, there's a lot of positive impacts correctly and accurately.
Tremendously. And he's right. But I don't killing. It's not that I want to deny the warfare, but that's pretty much the same everywhere in the world. And how much do we need to say about was broken down, how this unit was? No, it's what comes afterwards. You know, just as the story of our life begins far earlier than we are born, the story of our life goes on for a long time afterwards. If you have a nation of 1 million people, and you are ruling over hundreds of millions of people, hundreds of millions of people, China, Russia, the Middle East do not rule them. Warfare, you've got to be offering something that they want, something that they like. And all the things you've mentioned to minorities, these were things that so the world benefited tremendously from the life of Genghis Khan. But all we want to talk about, and I don't deny it, is the conquest war. Okay, that's 20 years. If it went on for another 150 years, there's more to the story than just conquest.
And there is a point that you correctly identified.
There's something broken in your system.
Americas and so on that seem to be run by barbarians. It's not divided. It's not
There's a gift of the candle. No, dog.
that there is a sophisticated, deep culture as well.
Alright.
People that came from this stuff.
There's one thing that I try to do in my career of writing. It is to get us to recognize the importance of tribal people.
Yeah. There's a gift of the candle. Why does it do this? And you tell me the Lord showed me the way. Making what night? Things that say.
We sympathize with their suffering. They all hurt as to wrong, but they also create great things in the history of the world.
Just a
And the
lovely
global
place.
empire was written in the way that I'm putting together that story. Genghis Khan is the genius behind that, to make one world in which there would be one set of supreme law where all people would follow their own law. You could have any religion you wanted, but ultimately you had to obey God. The great ethics of the sky. There were things like that about his vision. And I think very few people in history had the rest of the world today. Yes, sir. The time of Roosevelt's death. I'll be around. I don't see much vision. I see lots
Okay,
of
busy.
smoke, lots of talk.
Okay, Bizzle. Enjoying the grind. Okay, Bizzle. Enjoying the grind. Okay, Bizzle is enjoying the grind. The train wrecks TV sucks it. Okay, Bizzle is enjoying the grind. Okay, Bizzle is enjoying the grind. Okay, Bizzle is enjoying the grind. Okay, Bizzle is enjoying the grind.
Well, those figures.
Okay, Bizzle is enjoying. Okay, Bizzle is enjoying. Okay, Bizzle. Enjoying the grind. Okay, Bizzle is enjoying the grind. Okay, Bizzle is enjoying.
It's just surprising and incredible.
The first campaign he had was for the Uyghur people who live in Western China. They at that time were being ruled by, let's say we mentioned before, the Nile king, Dayal Khan. His son Kutsluk had fled no good worthless. Well, sorry, but Kutsluk had fled
What I hear them say? What will such a lovely place, such a lovely. You can't let the hotel California. There's a nice surprise, not a nice surprise. Bring your alibis. Mirrors on the ceiling. Pink champagne on ice, she said. We're all just visitors here of our own device. In the master's chambers, gathered for the feast. You're standing with us, stealing us, but you just can't kill the beast. Last thing I remember, oh, can you just do it? He was a hot-headed man. He was really handsome. She was very pretty. And the clothes city. He had a nasty reputation of dude. Think that he was ruthless. Said he was cool. Fast lane, sure to make you lose your mind. Life in the fast lane. Action, hop on the pace. Let's top of the race. They had one for the right people. They took all the right pills. They had outrageous parties. They had heavy bills. They had nine on the face. He pretended not to notice he was caught up in the race. Not in the evening until it was light. He had life in the fast lane, sure to make you lose your mind. Life in the fast lane. That was so.
They create a stable society.
I say I'm not looking in red. Life in the fast lane, sure to make you lose your mind.
I don't think there was his main reason, but I do think he was quite aware of that. That you give every religion the right.
That was so sick.
But unfortunately, the only religion he did recognize as a religion was Confucianism. He said, what do they do? You know, the Taoists can do magic on the earth, and they can give people magic formulas to cure it, or they have all this kind of stuff going on. Well, what do the Confucianists do? So people could be Confucianists. That was okay, but he didn't expend all the tax-free rights. See, that was another thing. Since the Confucianists were not, but then
That's a great song, all the words, though. We're just rolling. I gotta take a busy, though. I gotta take a dizzy. Dizzy. Meditation. Because we're touching you. Maybe I'm my own friend. Treat you like a strong. Johnny come new kid in town. Everybody loves you. So don't let them down. As you raise your eyes, someone just begins to play. Hopeless romantic.
Somebody's spirits in the water, the mountains, everything around it. And you have to build them personally and pray that no one they like and don't like it. Should you seek to them or should you offer some products? What do? You have to know them. When you get away from this was a problem in China. They didn't know the spirits.
There's one on the street, seems so familiar.
The spirits don't like us. They're hostile. That's why we know who they are. They don't know these spirits.
Like expectations. Everything you need, they all stop tomorrow. You look around, do we do? Da da da.
Somebody, and in fact, this one of the ransom Uncle said, you people talking to all the others, to the Christians, the Jews, the Muslims,
Cheeser. Back to this asshole?
You don't live by them. We have our spirits and our shamans and our drums, and we live by them.
After
And I think it's true.
It's just, throughout this conversation, it's just blew my mind that the kid from the Mongols that lost everything, right? Is now very
Johnny
genius,
come lately.
but also this kind of sage type character.
A new kid in town.
I mean, there is a cynical way to see all these
Everybody
things.
loves
He did
you.
awfully a lot of things that look like he's
I
effective.
don't.
And you're saying, well, the cynical way to see that is what he's promoting women in positions of power because they create a society and there's all the struggles, all that. But the reality is there's a lot of things that look awfully progressive about this he's implemented, and they stay.
I'm not trying to. The men are fighting, and so he.
We'd like to do a Christmas song for you now. Just listen. Another one of those songs that we've never done. Concert. We recorded this song down in Miami in the Christmas spirit. We were homesick for Southern.
No.
Anyway.
We'll be ringing. Seconds. Once again, I'll be singing. come home for sex now. Please come home for sex now. Sex now. On New Year's Eve. Yeah, this Christmas night,
He was the greatest strategist for organizing everything.
by candlelight. Please come home for sex now. The sex now. By New Year's night. With everything has against habitation. Sure as the stars shine above. With Christmas. Yeah, this is Christmas, yeah.
So one of the things we mentioned,
Damn, bitch, what are you doing?
really fascinating. That trade is providing safety and security.
Yeah, you're missing an apostrophe in there. Y-O-U-R-E. Is not. Y-O-U. Y-O-U apostrophe R-E is yours. Or yours. Or no. Y-O-U apostrophe R-E is you are. Y-O-U-R is yours.
They have been the traders who carried the logos who are also extremely interested and extremely dependent. They can create very thorough hardly anything. They didn't have the technological skills for most of the crafts. So they're very dependent on trade. Well, the merchants, very high. And this was particularly a problem in the Chinese world. There wasn't so much of a Christian or certainly the Chinese market of scholars, they got to have certain whatever the national values that did. In fact, every time they stop,
Somebody's gonna hurt someone. Gonna night.
race horses, they get paper beats that can be used to if they had to pass through an area where it would be dangerous, a small group would squad up in and horses.
Somebody's gonna hurt someone. Gonna night. Just do that. Could you do it?
Merchants would come in and they would ask for an outrageous price for some goods.
I don't fucking know. No one knows. Somebody's gonna hurt someone before the night is through. Somebody's gonna come undone. There's nothing we can do. Everybody wants to pick somebody. If it takes all night, everybody wants to take a little chance. Make it come out right. I don't think he goes.
It wasn't just goods, it was also exchange. Explicit.
But the night is through. If it takes all night, take it's gonna tonight, I know. Some people like to stay out late. Fuck. Whatever. Here we go. Somebody's gonna hurt someone before the night is through. Somebody's gonna come on. Everybody wants to drink some. Everybody wants to take a little chance. Make it come out. It's gonna be a heartache tonight. A heartache tonight. I know. There's gonna be a heartache tonight. A heartache tonight. I know. What I know. Some people like to stay out late. Some folks can't hold out that long. But nobody wants to go home now. There's too much going on. This night is gonna last forever. Last all summer. But nobody.
Heresy or the devil to bring in this thing. So we had to spread a printing.
Damn, girl. I speak Spanish, that's why she's fucking up. Damn, she's pretty hot though. I mean, a lot of chicks are just really hot. This girl, if she could get English together, I'll give her English lessons with this dick. This girl's pretty hot. If you create a clip, it will be banned. I speak only Spanish. Girl, you're gonna hate me. If you create a clip, it will be banned. Fuck you, bro.
Europeans did not excel very much in technology.
What's this bitch doing?
Almost everything, but
What's this bitch doing?
cast bills for churches. Okay, let's take that bill.
Damn, she has a ton of followers. Girl, this girl got a banging body.
If we jump around a little bit,
Be cool to each other.
Canada,
What up? How you living?
our
No one wants to talk. Anyway, I think I know. What up, baby? How are you?
Ask you a question.
Yeah, go for it.
music, so how much
Yeah,
Okay, well, just punch the man until you pass out.
but the mattress did nothing wrong.
Neither did anybody who you're going to randomly punch on the street. You need to get out your aggression, and if that's something that you feel is necessary, then go to your bed, punch your mattress until you're tired, and you'll have all of your aggression out within a few moments.
Okay.
There you go.
What about, I have great ideas, but like whenever I sit down and make up those, I keep forgetting.
Why don't you use ChatGPT to write your book?
I don't want to use AI.
It can help you. It doesn't have to be the whole thing. I'll help you right now. We'll write your book. All right. So tell me what are your ideas?
Right now, I don't really have.
Okay.
I had ideas like a few hours, but I don't have them right now.
Okay, we're gonna come.
It was more like a character for the DC universe.
Okay, well, we're gonna come up with 5 ideas for the universe. Okay, one of them is we don't really know what there is, but we're gonna. Yo, dog,
Okay,
we're
so
gonna write a
you would
book
use the-
that we're gonna have in the DC universe. We don't really know exactly what it's gonna be yet, but we're gonna work on it. So just one moment. Here are lines. So we're rolling. We'll see how this goes. Okay, so what are your ideas?
It's a still force user with the still force is the how is
It's
the
a still
opposite
force
of how it's the opposite of how
It
the
is the
speed force works.
opposite of how
Not
the speed
Not
force
in, like the
works.
negative. It's
Not in the
evil
negative.
force. It's the lack of motion or
Ability to stop motion
or something like that.
or something like that. One idea. What else about it?
That's actually this is an actual thing in the actual comics though. The still force already exists, so I was gonna make tied to it.
Tied to the still force. Okay, what else? What's your character's name? Do you not know? The character's name is Eldrick Holmes.
Eldrick.
Of course. Okay.
And in the 17th century, and
He's from the 17th century.
he was
iceberg in an expedition,
for like
and he
300
got
years.
frozen for hundreds of years. Superpower?
No, the superpower is when the meteorite hits the iceberg.
Just one moment.
Still
And
horse.
he gets the superpower when a meteorite hits the iceberg he was frozen in, and that's how he gets the still force.
Yeah.
Okay, what else?
You can like is it closing his eyes? Moving. But through the open.
Okay.
Send it to me in DM.
I'm not sending you Jack. Here we go. Summary. In the silence of the 17th century, Eldrick Holmes set sail on a perilous voyage behind his father's lynching of free forces that covet his powers. But the still force is not without cost. 1600s. Eldrick Holmes' son expedition after his father's death by awakening. Modern discovery. A research team unearths the iceberg. Eldrick awakens in the present day. Act 3. The present threat. The pursuit. Secret organization seeks to weaponize the still force. Ghosts of the past. Eldrick investigates his father's death and his family's lost history. The cost of stillness. the organization's leader, different mastery of the power. He must decide whether to keep using his gift or let it fade to preserve reality. After making places untouched by time, aware that danger.
Okay.
You can always use your own words, but this gives you a structure for your story, or it gives you words that you wouldn't normally have used, or poetic license, just enhancing your normal abilities. No one would say that, oh, well, this is not that strong. No, people are going to say, not only is he strong, he's stronger than anyone on earth.
Steroids make it like you're
Necessarily, it gets into testosterone and hormone placement and things. But straight up steroids, that's all that matters.
makes sense.
But I'll give you a goal. Punch your mattress 1,000 times, and you will not have any urge to hit anybody else for the rest of the night.
Okay.
Let's all summer long. Everybody wants to tell somebody. If it takes all night, everybody wants to take a little. She could come out right. A heartache tonight, I know. Heartache tonight, be a heartache. No, you can beat around the bush and you can get down to the mill. You can leave it in the parking lot, but it's gonna be a heartache tonight.
They were no longer working. The Mongols sent horses to get to the farms. They don't want to. This is before the bull that we know is Great Bull, which is really the big. And they used it as a the Jin dynasty of northern China. Southern China was ruled by the Song dynasty, or we used to call the Southern Song. He'd already conquered the Shishia. Kublai Khan was the one to take on the south. But Kublai Khan was born, and he's born, he doesn't meet, Genghis Khan was about 7 years old. Was he back? His mother, I think, she recognized him and treated him to her oldest son was when he died. His mother was, she was a Buddhist nurse. She had Chinese scholars come in to tutor him. She had a very patient for him. And I think that she planned that he was going to be a great administrator and looked around. He was going to land in China to be all this stuff.
Look at this baby, tearing my heart apart. Nothing changing, leaving. Every time you get to walk away, something takes me to the ground and say, I can't tell you why. Baby, that ain't right. And when it's done, I love her. Every time you think to walk away,
Meanwhile, his youngest was a Mongolian. But this was a journey who had never achieved much of anything. And him some coded messages, basically telling him you should be the next son after. How she invigorated him, and he came cut off Mongolia. Mongolia. He was very dependent on northern China for. He went to get from them. We will support you for very hot, but we're not giving up our food. So he was basically kind of starved into submission in 1262. Then he was taken prisoner into China, and then he mysteriously passed away in 1264 while legal case was being brought against him.
I used to hurry a lot. I used to worry a lot. I we can handle some resistance if our love is a strong one. Is a strong one. It's just to do when it all comes through. You will gonna
So they went down the Red River and the IBM moved their army up on that. And then they have
I used to hurry a lot. I used to worry a lot. I used to stay out till the break of day. Oh, that didn't hit it. It was high time I quit it. I just couldn't carry on that way. No, I took some chances. I know it's true. Didn't know I was so lonely till I found you. We can go the distance. We'll find out in the long run. In the long run, we can handle some. If our love is a strong one, is a strong to do when it all comes down, we will still pound through. Tell you it's a long run. Think you had the honey? Ooh, we'll find out in the wrong kind of bad, but we ain't breaking. Did you do it for love? Did you do it for money?
Destroying city after city with this navy, and then the army would move in after the yes,
And they've accepted it.
now it's a great weapon. It's like it's no longer a woman's.
So that they hit them hard on the wall. When there's no army protection.
Yes, and they conquer their way down.
Nobody can find it back there.
Kublai makes a very strange move. He says, "Okay, let's invade Japan now." What? We're fighting against the Song Dynasty. And most people ascribe it
Did
to
you do it for money?
defeat and destroy until they are no more. Want to destroy. Factors coming in, and because the Mongols prize people with skills, clever people with shipbuilding and engineers, and these are the Mongols, whereas scholars were all hanging out in Guangzhou doing calligraphy and
Now I don't understand why you don't treat yourself better. Do the crazy things that you do. Cause all the debutantes in Houston, baby, couldn't hold a candle to you. Did you do it for love? Did you do it for money? Did you do it for spite? Did you think you had to, honey? Who is gonna make it? We'll find out in the long run. In the long run. I know we can take it if our love is a strong one. Is a strong one. We ain't shaking, kind of bend, but we ain't breaking in the long run. I want to tell you it's a long run. A long run. We are in the long run.
It's like Knights of Europe. You ride out in front of your enemy and you recite the story of your GD.
I got that. That girl hair. I got fucking Marlo Thomas hair.
The weather did turn against them. Their ships were not very good. They were defeated in the first invasion.
Could they get off the ships onto the beach?
Well, they did. They had some skirmishes or small battles on land. Yes, they did.
But they didn't successfully complete them.
No.
So they couldn't do their usual long-haul thing.
You're right. Well, see, they don't have enough horses for one thing. There were many tactical things that they had done incorrectly. It's the first time anybody had ever tried to have such a massive invasion.
Yeah. So that they're just learning the basics of what it means to have a navy.
So he has failed to conquer, and he's thinking like a Mongol thing and rule those waters and lands. But he ruled the ocean. He stopped the trade. He stopped the supply. He cut off the possibility of the Song Dynasty fleeing to Japan. He won. In a certain way, he lost, but he had won his objective of cutting off southern China. Also, it gave him experience with the ocean. Now they were ready to move out into the ship around southern China. They were closing in there.
Yeah, I wanna understand why you don't keep your stuff at all. Cause all
Valley in that area. We're not exactly sure where he was born, but he grew up on it. And then he eventually was living in what's now Iran. When he came and he took over the minute command, when Bayan recognized that, he and Aju worked together very well. Aju war, Bayan was able to negotiate things back with the capital city and handle things. So Bayan is in command. And so the generals are deserting the south.
just do it. I gotta take a shit.
Generals are loading on the boats with all the Jews.
In the city. In the city. That was so sick. It was unreal.
She comes out, she surrenders, she bows on the ground towards Beijing, and then she takes the child emperor, and they slowly make their way. She was a little bit sick into her longer time to Beijing, and they surrender again, and upon bowing to the Kublai Khan, he gives him a new immediately home. But the Navy that had fled did not defend the city. Those cowardly generals, they made the new little boy, 7-year-old brother, half brother to the Emperor Gong was his name. They made him the emperor. Well, they're just floating around in the ocean. All support. City after city, controlling the trade and controlling the ships of that area. They were Chinese Muslims, but they're still Muslims. Which sides to the Mongols? So the religious freedom thing, and because they were merchants and their status would be raised. The Muslims were switching. The fleet was kind of a fleet lost without a country out there. They had some loyal supporters some places. They dropped the emperor in the ocean. How do you drop the emperor in the ocean? They accidentally spilled him in the ocean, and then they fished him out, but he died. So, fortunately, they had one more 7-year-old half brother. So exactly where the Hong Kong airport is today. Well, it's not so new anymore. On Tao Island. So they went there, had a big coronation ceremony, and all. But the people there were not supportive enough. They certainly wasn't Hong Kong. The Delta of the Pearl River. So they fell to another island. And then they took it apart. Of course, the first thing they did was, what was their chasing? You're going to stop it, build a palace.
These are like the remains of the Chinese.
Yes, the generals, the general army, and the navy.
And those are real competent issues. So
we're going to protect it with a great wall of the city.
1893.
Chain together the boats. And they put the palace and trust their own soldiers. So they made all of them leave the island and go to the boats to fight the Mongols. The Mongols are running over and over and over. They asked them to surrender.
Here's your guest, girl.
So they had the water all around them, and they had the land. And once the fighting started, they could just shoot down from the highland right onto the ships. They cut the ships off from the fresh supply of wood and water.
Did she just
They spoil rice. They have to try to eat rice and drink seawater. They're all sick. The little boy is there, 7-year-old. With his pet pet. That's the only thing he had left in life. And the Mongols, they offered every opportunity. Prime Minister.
This fucking dude is back. That's this guy.
It was 7 years at one point.
I've seen it, but it says it's allegedly precedented, and this one is unprecedented. Oh, look at this move.
That was the end of one of the
Yo,
greatest dynasties in history. The Song dynasty, they were intellectually great, they were artistically great, they were technologically great. They were just one of the greatest moments of world history. And it ends with this coward killing a child and his pet parrot in order to save the honor that was betrayed by this woman. The men lost the war. The men lost the war. Who's to blame? An old, one-eyed, ugly lady.
Well, the bigger picture is probably has become the institutions became corrupt and stayed, and the politician class probably have lost their skill and competence at ruling and all that kind of stuff.
Well, that is true. And the Chinese summarized that with losing the mandate.
Right? I mean, everybody has their perspective, maybe. If the way you told the story has a very kind of objective sort of way of revealing the absurdity and the cowardice of it, but there's probably the Chinese perspective that they tell the story is kind of like maintain and honor to the last moment.
Very often, most scholars depict Emperor Xiu as the traitor to the country. And I say, no, that boy lived on for another 45 years. And so she did not betray the country. She protected the emperor that she was supposed to protect. It was the man who killed the child emperor, who killed young Ming.
So what was the lasting impact of Kublai Khan unifying China?
Well, yes, first of all, he had unified China in the largest sense of the word, with Korea, Tibet, Manchuria, Mongolia, part of Central Asia. He had unified it, but he did so at the expense of his empire. Recognize him as there was great opposition from the Golden Central region, which is called the Chagatai, the descendants of Sagane, the second son.
These are the different fracturings of the Mongols.
Sons of Genghis Khan.
Yeah.
They were still loyal to him. But they're so far away. But now he has,
even the four pieces, the whole thing is gigantic. Even the pieces are gigantic. So, it's very hard to keep an empire this size together.
when he had China, it was unified under him. And then he sent out the first expedition to sail directly. There had been trade all throughout thousands of years of goods. He organized a great fleet to send a queen, a princess, to become queen. And the Ilkhanate to marry the Khan of Persia. It's Persia and Azerbaijan and Armenia and Iraq and part of Syria, all of that area. So he said organize this, and it so happened that Marco Polo was ready to go home because they knew Kublai Khan was about to die. And frankly, about 1 year left to live. They wanted to get their riches out before they didn't know what's going to happen. This is a new dynasty. And now he's the new enlightened who doesn't stop a river or puts down the Russian Far East military. Most of his ships were loaded with former prisoners of the war of the Song Dynasty, and they were not armed. They had hoes and implements for farming. He wanted to create, obviously, an military agricultural farm. It just help feed northern China. So, again, they lost. They didn't have it. And part of the reason is that just didn't work at sea. Because the left wing is from Korea. There's Korean ships built up there. The right wing is from southern China, mostly, with ships built down there. They're not the same. They have a head, but there's no center point. Genghis Khan always had home. They call it GOL. The center. He had the center in command. No, he sent the two without a clear. They were arguing with each other, not cooperating, not helping each other, sabotaging each other. They get there, and once again, they have this hearing the horses. You know, it's impressive, and a lot of them, they lost. And again, typhoon happened to be the destruction of the Navy, but I think it's Japan defeated the Mongols, I would say. Deserve credit for that victory. And the sinking of the ship was more caused by already the Japanese had developed good strategies while the Mongols had been away. They knew how the Mongols fought, and they knew that at night they could fire flaming arrows, and the ships set them on fire, and they were doing great damage. So again, Kublai Khan lost the invasion of Japan, but the soldiers were gone. They drowned. He didn't kill them off. It was his deliberate plan. But the problem was solved. It's one of those ironies of history that is hard to live near the end of life, ready to go. And Kublai Khan allowed them to sail on this expedition with Rothschild to go to Hormuz. And so they went, and that began a whole system of trading back and forth. After that, his son, who is not so well respected in history, because he's often called a drunk, but his name was Timur. But he was a drunk when but his grandfather had came in public, and he cured him of drinking. But actually, he was not a drunk later on. And the Golden Horde declared loyalty to him, recognized him as Great Khan, his emperor of the whole empire. The Chagatai of Central Asia, they declared loyalty to him. The Ilkhanate was already loyal to him. They all declared loyalty. He had reassembled the empire, and he had the greatest navy in the world, and he sent out envoys to every place they had attacked or traded with to say, that era is over. We're no longer attacking anyone. We're changing from conquest to commerce. We want to trade with you. Some to China, bring your goods, to trade. Started intermarrying. Look, they were not intermarrying. The Chinese were not. They were intermarrying with Mongols, and first I don't know. It's not clear. But again, Kublai Khan, thinking in this internationalist way, said, okay, we need a new alphabet of the world. Everybody in the world writes with one alphabet. Chinese, Mongolian, Russian, Arabic, everything. It didn't work, but he tried it for a while. Some inscriptions are still there to this day.
We should maybe, what do you think mentioned Marco Polo that you talked about? So he's this now famous explorer that traversed the Silk Road and then stayed with Kublai Khan for a while. And I guess was one of the primary documenters pictures of everything that's been going on. Is there something else interesting to say about Marco Polo and about their interaction with Kublai Khan?
I like Marco Polo. I use him a lot. I find him very reliable in the areas where he's not reliable. You can kind of tell because he wasn't there, but the places he was, he reported a lot of stuff. So I'm pretty much indebted to him for a lot of things because with something like the Princess and also another fighting princess from Central Asia in Totoro, he wrote about that, but I also needed other sources. So I thought if I could find Chinese sources or Arab sources or something else, or Persian, to support it, then I really felt a lot of confidence with him over time. But pieces were romanticized, and you have to always discount it, but it's very good. However, I believe the best work written about Marco Polo, aside from his own book, which was actually written by Rothschild, dictated in prison in Genoa. In the 20th century, Eugene O'Neill wrote a book that became a comedy Broadway called Marco Polo. Play on what he was called El Milione. To show people what he really meant. Look at capitalism. Because this is the idea of like a philosopher king, which he saw in Kublai Khan. And so Marco Polo becomes a symbol of capitalism. Not in its worst, but in its most. And that, like the princess in that story, this is not in real life, but this is the play written by Eugene O'Neill. I think it gives a lot. The princess looks and says, Marco is an excellent. There are things like that. And then in the play, Bayan, the great general, he talks with Kublai Khan, and he said, look, these people are dangerous for the West. We should go conquer them now while we can. Kublai Khan tells Bayan, again in the play, this is fiction, he tells Bayan, they are not worth conquering. And if we conquer them, we will become like them. And he said, Marco Polo has been in our land. He has seen everything. He has learned nothing. He has seen for me, this was such an important moment to the world. Symbolically, with Marco Polo today, so dominant and the East was so downtrodden by colonialism and other things, and the internal rot.
A lot of energy for division, for misunderstanding, versus integration. Like the East is one of the regrets I have that I hope to alleviate is just how little I understand China and the East. It's just sort of not just from kind of economics, but politics, reading a few books, but like the way you understood and felt the Mongolian steppe. Like understand the Chinese people in that way, because it does feel like from that.
My work, so classified is Chinese history, which I think is ironic for the last book I wrote, which dealt a lot more in China because it was about Kublai Khan. And in that book, I deliberately did not go to China. I've been there numerous times before. I deliberately did not. I'm an outsider. I do not speak Chinese. I'm not a Chinese scholar. I never even had a course in Chinese art or calligraphy or anything. And I wanted to be very clear why it is an outside perspective. But I think it's possible as an outsider to still have respect. Culture, even if I disagree that they point this one as a hero and that one as the villain, I disagree and they'll say, oh, I'm wrong. It's different. It tries to be respectful of what happens in that part of the world. Just as I'm respectful to Genghis Khan and the Mongol Empire, I respect China very much. I'm an American. I love the ideals of my country. I love so many aspects of our culture. There are many aspects I don't, of course, because it's impossible to love everything about the members of your own family. And I do hope that through understanding one another, or just making that, even if we understand it wrong, we're incorrect, just to make an effort to understand will help us a lot. And the West has had long that they are there to teach the world. And I sometimes dismayed. I meet these young people all over the world who have come to help. They're an NGO, they're going to teach the people how to take care of the environment. They're going to exercise their rights. They're going to bring in microfinancing to help liberate people. We are arrogant beyond words. A bit more humble and try to be full basis with some of the people, not a superior basis. Beautiful, but how did it fall? All of it. And they had the trade going on. The Mongols never adapted well. Problems in different areas. So in some areas of the world, they became more like the local people. So in Central Asia, they broke away from the Mongol examples from before. Russia lingered on longer under Mongol domination. They got weaker and weaker over time within the Russian Empire. What the Mongols had done is get the framework for empire for Russia. That's something the Russians don't want to hear anymore. They want to hear this. Scholarship in Russia, this understanding of the Mongols, and I depend on Dimas once, when he was a little bit too romantic with his ideas and all, but I depend upon a lot of the research with David. They packed up. It was just another international migration. It was just amazing. And they said, okay, and for internal reasons, but everything in history, everything that's good comes that's bad. And everything that's bad seems to have something underneath. That it united everything. People could move back and forth quickly. That it could also take the plague out of southern China. Empire just fell apart. As our people were still. But then finally,
through centuries. Yes. And they just return back.
Good when doing the task. Actually, to support so many people building the whole.
Genghis Khan. We talked about Dan Carlin. And Dan Carlin basically beat every single army, including what that would do to Napoleon. So, I guess the question is, where do you agree with that?
Power in the world. Has done that. Alexander, not the settlements. Nobody will ever do it again. First, you take the countryside. They're country people. They think that they would come in as different or horses and all. And you take the small towns and then the small cities. Now we're going to take back that. We're going to bomb back there. We're going to have a shock and awe. We're going to go in. The strongest army in the world. You know, this is it did not work in Iraq or Vietnam or even Northern Korea or Syria or God. It worked only in Grenada. I think that's the only war we had. Lasted a couple hours. We went in, conquered the little tiny island. We dropped more bombs on Cambodia than we dropped on Germany. They use chemical warfare, and they did. Large areas where you don't hear birds singing because of their chemical warfare. Clear policy. We go into Afghanistan. We're fighting terror. We're going to bring democracy. We're going to free the women. And then, what? There's sheer insanity. I think so. And we kill people. We use chemical warfare. A lot of people in Vietnam and Laos. We killed the soldiers, and my father was one. He died from Agent Orange disease. It was humane. We're going to kill all the vegetation and the junk can stop the flies from coming. That was a very good strategy. To Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. The bombing. So Agent Orange comes in, they deform, the animals are being killed, and deformed children are being born to this day. And American soldiers die by the thousands. Not immediately. Not I don't think we're any more humane with it any better in America or
It seems that when they say that war is
What are your thoughts?
how we're about to go all coin season for the next 10 months.
Are you? No? You haven't been going to the gym? Again. What did they say? You go to them and be like, hey, you said when I get a six-pack, I could work here.
Yep. They're just ignoring my messages.
I mean, can't you go in person?
It's a club then, you know.
Unite?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other strip clubs? And then what's that going to do? Did you show pictures?
Yep. All right, let's go.
So you sent them pictures in an email?
Yeah.
Did you show them before and afters?
Yep.
And they just didn't respond?
Yep.
All right, isn't there like a normal strip club where you are? Where you can just go and talk to the people who have like a brick and mortar place?
I'll do that. Anyway, we're going to go. I'm not worried about it yet. I think about you.
Of course you think about me because I'm sexy. Well, I'm going to. No doubt. No doubt, baby.
I moved that up.
Baby, no doubt.
I think the best move I can make.
That was an interesting move.
It helps me on the next move. Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
I was trying to even look for fucking gay strip clubs. I was that desperate.
All right. So why don't you go to a gay strip?
That's actually not a bad idea because like I don't have to do anything with the guy, and then you get experience, and I can be like, yo, on
not good enough.
Doing stand-up comedy, that's great, man.
Oh, look at this.
What's the lowest IQ move maybe in the history of this game? How many emails? Okay. So how many strip clubs are there where you live? How many male strip clubs are there?
All right.
Okay, so why don't you strip clubs and just be like, hey, I've got a six-pack, I'm funny, I've got a good personality, I'm not bad. Okay.
I mean, not anymore, but I can get one in 2 weeks. It was really dry.
Yeah, I know.
I worked out really hard. I just won.
I don't think so.
I'll try tomorrow. But I can get a six-pack in 2 weeks from here if I cut. Rabbi, I just won.
That's what I like to hear.
I don't think.
Actually, I'm not going to allow it. Yeah, I just hope you Rabbi, I think you fucked up.
All right, well, think whatever you want, big dog. Thank you, man. That was beautiful, dude.
Fucked up. Rabbi, fucked up. Best move I can make to you. The right move?
Yeah. I think it was great.
Oh, fuck. I think I'll win.
No.
Beat me 85-0.
Perfect game.
Right, let's go again. Because that was embarrassing.
No, we can't.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to try something different. You ready for what I'm about to try?
Yes, sir.
The worst combo you can have.
You don't have the worst combo you can have.
You have a good combo.
Dude, I think I have the best combo.
Oh my god. I'm going to do a little bit of... Okay, just did 15 points. I think it was okay. I don't think that was actually a good move. It turned out to be a good move for you. Right.
Dude, that was amazing.
That's your best move.
Okay, that worked.
Is that? Yeah.
Because it stops you. Okay, did I do much damage there?
That guy sucks.
But the good news is I can go there. Rabbi, it's your turn. That's the most obvious move to say. But you know what the good news is?
What's up, Pimp?
Talk.
How are you, G?
There's Aquarius.
No. She was already here.
Is that Mr. Aquarius?
Not to my knowledge, it's G.
Rabbi,
Yo, Pimp.
I think you can win here.
In one move? No.
Okay. You're going
Welcome,
to do a
G.
lot of damage. So you're double my health. And you get the berry.
Word, dog.
Fuck you on that. You did not know that was going to happen.
Nope.
I hate you. I'm going to distracting me from winning.
You know you didn't have a chance of winning in the first place.
You can make a very smart move. That's an extra move. You also can move.
damage me, and you can now move the fire down the road. And then you get pretty much got this. Like where like the best options probably resign because I'm not going to this. Okay, the best move I can make here is
Good extra move.
best move I can make here is doing this.
That was good.
Okay, that wasn't a bad play.
Nice.
What was it? Smooth. Fuck. Rabbi.
What up, Pimp?
Rabbi, do you think Bitcoin is a good person?
No, and he didn't.
Go.
He's a dog.
Do an extra move. I think he's talented.
I do too. Are you in love with him?
He must be a little bit. Yeah. I mean, the fact that he's able to speak two languages tells me he's slightly intelligent.
What does he speak?
English and whatever his native Nigerian language is.
Wow, there are a lot of berries on the board.
What's the national language of Nigeria?
Oh, English.
Pretty sure it is.
No, but it's better than a lot of places in Africa. It's poor. It doesn't have much of an industry.
Whole country. Despite having so many people.
But The imperial power, the Italians.
Oh no, you just won. Give me a sec.
Take your time, Pat.
I think I've just
Perhaps.
moved that up. Right, what's the worst move? Right, Rabbi, if you get the fire and you win. Why are you going for the grass at the final?
Where do I get fire?
There? That will help you. If I do that, that will just help you. If I move that, you win. If you move that, you win, but I need to do damage. You win. You just won.
You need to heal.
How do I heal?
Get the green, I guess. But you're still pretty far away. I don't think you can beat me. I don't need anything on the
I
board.
just won.
Oh, dude, you
No, but your 25 points is going to kill me. You can just use your berries.
letting me, though. Oh, it's your turn.
It's not your turn yet. Let's play.
I'm waiting on you.
I think I'm going to beat you this fight because I'm going to do a combination. I'm going to do the best combination you've ever seen.
Let's see it.
You ready?
Yep. One less berry to evolve.
That's good for me. That is really good for me.
You pimp.
You think I made a good choice in my pick?
Maybe.
Why do you think that?
It might be. You have extra health.
Autistic.
I'm at maximum health. Dude, I'm really proud of you for doing stand-up comedy. You did really well.
Yeah.
Good on you, big dog. I wouldn't disrespect like that.
You wouldn't?
No. That's okay. I mean, I could think it's funny, but okay.
I think God would be the criteria for autism.
Okay.
So would Jesus. Who is for Bible characters? You ready?
Yes, sir.
Best move I can make right here. What
Let's
is
see it. Let's see it.
No, this is going to be like, what the fuck you think? You ready?
Yes, sir.
I set it up. I might have helped you.
Yo, pimp.
How many people do you think would drop on the head of babies?
Oh, this is big.
Do you think you can come out okay if you were dropped?
Yeah, I think most children at one point were dropped as a baby. Now, it depends on the height. But like no baby's been perfect. Every baby takes at least a little bit of a hit to the head.
Yeah. You think I won?
Definitely no. I made a mistake.
What's one last probably revolver for interest age? Okay. That would not be the smart move. What move is this? Okay, Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
The hero. I can do a lot of fucking damage.
Dude, that was good. It's over. Game over, Zoo. I thought it was.
You take a huge fuck.
Hit me with it,
You're
big.
gonna take a huge fuck.
Hit me with it, big dog.
Maybe even a double hit.
Let's see it.
Oh, it's a double hit. It's a double hit.
Impressive.
Holy shit.
I've never had big. That was amazing. You could win.
I won. No matter what you do, I won.
I don't think that's true.
Oh, fuck.
What do you want, Zoot?
Let's go again. Use whatever you want.
Okay, we'll do that on your own time. Go. Zoot, go. Zoot. Zoot, come on, man. Hit confirm. I'm not a big fan of this one. I don't like going first either.
What?
I like having extra health.
One tile is master on the end of each turn.
It was not good for me.
I just won.
Oh, that was.
Starbucks is in a better position right now.
Perhaps you.
It's your turn. Okay. Make that move, please. I can't make any sense to what you're doing. What was that move?
I don't think any of the moves were good for me.
I think I'm going to win here.
Okay, let's see it, big dog.
I don't think this is good. Would you agree?
It's your turn. Whatever you want to do. No way, dude. Are you gonna win?
I'm going to buy a ticket in a bit. You ready?
Yes, sir. Just fuck me.
I'm fucking.
Yeah, you do. Cool.
You know Snoop Dogg's playing at the AFL Grand Final.
Are you excited? Is that what you're going to do?
You want to help? You know why you wanted to heal?
Yeah.
Because it helps me.
Oh, that was big.
I don't think it was.
It took away a lot of things that could help me.
What could help? You thinking about me?
Yes, I do.
Got a phone call.
Quit with that bullshit, Zoot.
I just declined the call.
Good job, man.
It was a spam call. Oh, no. Rabbi, what are my chances of winning?
Probably about 50%.
Not
New game, different game. We're playing a game, dude.
Oh yeah.
This game.
Oh, there I am. Don't come up.
Have
Fuck off country. Populated country. Fuck.
Vatican City.
Let's make a petition for the Pope to fuck Bunny Blair. Pope to organize a gang bang from Body Balloon, Vatican City.
And they don't have sex with chicks.
Oh. Yeah, you're right. Rabbi, ready?
Yep.
Greatest shit I've ever seen.
It was
For sure. But the green. Norma. That's a difficult shot. It's only difficult because I have the puck and you might have just fucking saved your life.
no, I lost.
You didn't lose.
Oh, you fucked up, and you now made yourself have a really hard shot.
That's not a hot shot.
Oh no.
What the fuck was that?
Oh God.
Do you think this is a hot shot?
Yeah.
Dude. Who's all elected?
No, I have an easy shot.
Who's gonna come?
Word dog, you ready for?
Can we play bankroll? Is it?
Yeah. You get to go first. That's such an advantage.
Um, so if you had car, right? We would have the whole board. And we would have the whole left side of the board. Rabbi,
What
your
up?
best option.
What's that, big dog?
I'm going to put it.
I think it like rigs it so that it's competitive. Give me a 5. You're done. This game's over.
I think that was a good one. Best mode forever. Right, well, I needed two.
You needed two?
That's good. I needed two or four.
You needed two or four. You needed two Dude,
Would you agree?
I'm not happy about it. You need a
I needed
3 or 4.
two or four.
Oh,
In car for Hong Kong.
that was the worst move you could have made.
My best. This is really bad.
Don't get a 1. They like it. I'm telling you that. Or see?
I'm gonna buy that. If I roll anything but a 3 or a 6, I'm fucked.
Yep. That's big.
This is the worst. I don't think it made it. Yeah.
Zoot.
I have to go.